तुम्हारा करुणा सारा किंचु नहीं तुम्हारा करुणा सारा करुणा रहले कांदिया कांदिया प्राण न राखे बार प्राण राखे बार गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो यही दासे प्रणपे को अतिहीना इंदु दिया प्रणपे को अतिहीना
Hare Krishna. Now I request His Grace Lokesh Prabhu, please come forward and offer the garland to Srila Prabhupada on behalf of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Hari Bol. Prabhupada. Hari Now we request His Grace Balgwan Prabhu, please come forward and read the meaning of Vyasa Puja. Balgwan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. How many know meaning of the Vyasa Puja? We don't know. ఎంతమందికి వ్యాస పూజ అంటే అర్థం తెలియదు? ఓకే, ఐ నో ఎవ్రీబడి న్యూ, బట్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ సో నమో విష్ణుపదాయ కృష్ణప్రేష్ఠాయ భూతలే శ్రీమతే రాధనాథ్ స్వామినితి నామనే నమో విష్ణుపదాయ కృష్ణప్రేష్ఠాయ భూతలే శ్రీమతే భక్తి వేదాంత స్వామినితి నామనే నమస్తే సరస్వతి దేవే గౌరవాన్ని ప్రచారణే నిర్విశేష శూన్యవాది పాశ్చాత్య దేశాన్ని. జయ శ్రీకృష్ణ చైతన్య ప్రభు నిత్యానంద శ్రీ అద్వైత గదాధర శ్రీవాసద గౌరభక్త వృంద. హరే కృష్ణ 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 హరే 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 రామ 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 హరే హరే. So I am reading from Srila Prabhupada's purports only. So Vyasa Puja is a ceremony that celebrates the appearance day of spiritual master and is a way to honor the Guru and their parampara. And the meaning, Vyasa Puja is a formal offering of worship, gratitude and glorification to the spiritual master. It is also a day to honor the Guru's Guru parampara, God brothers and all God sisters and all Gurus who are present. What is the origin? The ceremony is celebrated to commemorate the appearance of Srila Vyasadeva, the original compiler of Vedic literature. Hare Krishna. So what are the activities we are doing here? Activities include fasting, cooking, reading, performing abhisheka and distributing prashadam. What is the significance? For devotees of Iskcon, Vyasa Puja is considered the most important festival of the year for the disciples of that Guru. Actually, there is no difference. This is from Srila Prabhupada purport. Actually, there is no difference between hearing directly from Krishna and hearing directly from Krishna via a bona fide spiritual master like Vyasa. The spiritual master is the representative of Vyasadeva also. Therefore, according to the Vedic system, on the birthday of the spiritual master, the disciples conduct the ceremony called Vyasa Puja. Bhagavad Gita as it is, purport 1875. We have got debts to so many people. First debt is to the demigods. Just like the sun god, moon god, they are supplying heat, light. The Varuna. In this material world, we have got so many debts, but people do not care for it. Just like we are receiving light from sun, but we are not paying to the sun. Therefore, we remain debtor. This is a Vedic idea. You are getting this electricity. If you don't pay the bill, how long you be able to use it? After some days, the connection will be cut off. But although we do not pay any bill to the sun god, because it is the order of Krishna, it is giving us light. But how long it will go on? This is sinful. If you take something from a person and if you do not repay, that is sinful. Runa. It is called Runa. So there are so many debts. First to the demigod, then to the rishis, saintly persons. Because we get knowledge, Vedic knowledge, from the rishi, we must be debtor. Guru Runa, debtor to the spiritual master, to the sages, to the saintly persons. Because we are getting knowledge from them. Therefore, the Vyasa Puja is there. Once in a year, the disciples are worshipping the spiritual master and trying to repay that he has received from the spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada lecture, July 11, 1974. Krishna instructed Brahma. Brahma instructed Narada. Narada instructed Vyasadeva. Vyasadeva instructed Shukadeva. In this way, our Guru Parampara system therefore, we worship the Guru as Vyasa Puja because representative of Vyasa. And who is Vyasa? Representative of Narada. And who is Narada? Representative of Brahma. And who is Brahma? Representative of Krishna. That is called Parampara system. Yasya deve para bhaktir yadha deve tata gurau. This is the process, Vedic process. One should have unflinching faith in God and spiritual master. Don't jump over God, crossing the spiritual master. Then it will be failure. You must go through. We are observing Vyasa Puja ceremony, the birth anniversary of our Guru Maharaja. Why? We cannot understand Krishna without spiritual master. That is bogus. If anyone wants to understand Krishna, jumping over the spiritual master, then immediately he becomes a bogus. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Guru Krishna, Krupaya Paya, Bhaktilata Bhija. That is the Vedic injunction. Tadvitti pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Nobody can understand Krishna without going through his most confidential servant, the spiritual master. So this is the meaning of the Vyasa Puja. You cannot surpass. If you think that you have become very learned and very advanced, now you can avoid the spiritual master and you understand Krishna, that is the bogus. That is the meaning of this Vyasa Puja ceremony. We should always pray, Yasya prasadat bhagat prasada. Yasya prasad. Only by the grace of spiritual master we can achieve the grace of mercy of Krishna. This is the meaning of the Vyasa Puja, offering obeisances by parampara system. So Guru is the representative of God. Therefore the Shastra says, the authority says, Sakshadharitvena samasta shastra. Guru is as good as God. Here in this Vyasa Puja day, we are teaching or they are doing, offering respect to Guru. That means they are learning how to offer respect to God. It is not personal affair. It is required. Because they are trying to be God conscious. They must learn how to offer respect to God or God's representative. That is required. Sakshadharitvena samasta shastra. In all the Shastra, Vedic literature, Guru is described as good as God. But Guru will never say that I am God. The disciple's duty is to offer respect to Guru as he offers respect to God, but Guru will never say that I am, because my disciples are offering me respect as God, therefore I have become God. As soon as he thinks, he becomes a dog. This is the process, Vedic process, to receive the transcendental knowledge through the parampara system and the reception or honor given to the spiritual master. It goes to Krishna. Spiritual master is the official collector. Just like a government, there is a collector. He receives the money, taxes from citizens, and not for his personal use, but for the government. Similarly, this is the Vedic system. To receive knowledge through the transparent medium, Guru, and to receive. Guru means the honor goes to Krishna. So this is necessary. This is not an artificial thing, but spirituality. Spiritually it is necessary. Therefore we hold Vyasa Puja day. Last. Vyasa means Guru, because he is our original Guru. When spiritual master's birthday is observed, it is called Vyasa Puja. This Vyasa Puja means spiritual master is representative of Vyasa. Just like we are teaching this Bhagavad Dharma, the Srimad Bhagavatam, we are following the footsteps of Vyasadeva. So actually, the preacher's seat is Vyasadeva's Asan. It is the seat of Vyasa. Just like in the High Court, the seat of judgment, or what is called, that seat, nobody else can sit there, in that seat. Only the High Court judge, representative of king, or giving law to the citizens, he can sit down. Similarly, the Vyasasana is occupied by the representative of Vyasadeva, who can speak on behalf of Vyasadeva. This is the system. Guru is respected as good as God. Why? Only for this qualification, that he does not speak anything nonsense. He speaks only what he has heard from the Acharya. Acharyavan Purusho Veda. Acharyopasanam. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said Acharyopasanam. So Vyasadeva is our Acharya. Therefore, we offer Vyasa Puja. On the birthday of Guru, we offer Vyasa Puja. Actually, it is not directly Vyasa. But because the bona fide Guru represents Vyasadeva, his puja is also Vyasa Puja. Madbhakta Puja Abhyadika. To worship Vyasadeva, worship the bona fide spiritual master, and worship of the Lord, they are all same. Rather, Krishna says that if you worship his bona fide representative, that worship is better than directly worshipping. Directly, it is not possible to worship the Supreme Lord. One has to go through the Acharya. Therefore, Vyasadeva is the original Acharya. Lokasya jhanato vidvamsa chakre satvata samhita. He is Vidwan, supremely learned. So, we have explained many times how to become Vidwan. Vidwan does not mean one has to become a big grammarian, logician. No. Vidwan means one who follows the previous Acharya, who is representative of Krishna. He is Vidwan. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidhu. So keep this parampara system. This Vyasa Puja is a parampara system. Vyasa Puja means to accept this parampara system. Vyasa, Guru is the representative of Vyasadeva, because he does not change anything. What Vyasa Puja, what Vyasadeva said, our Gurus also say the same thing. Not that so many hundreds of thousands of years have passed away, therefore I will give you new formula. No, there is no new formula. The same Vyasa Puja, the same philosophy, simply we have accept it, then our life will be successful. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Balgand Prabhu, for reading the meaning of Vyasa Puja for all of us. Now it's time to let us welcome His Grace Adikesha Prabhu and Mataji for this wonderful celebration of Vyasa Puja Maha Mahotsav by loudly chanting Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! I request His Grace Murli Gopinath Prabhu kindly come and introduce Prabhuji Mataji to us.
Hare Krishna. To some of you, many of you who do not know Mataji and Prabhuji, a small introduction. His Grace Adikesha Prabhu, Dr. Ashok S. Sethi. Prabhuji has done MD in skin diseases. He is an ex-deputy director for Bhaktivedanta Hospital in Mumbai. And Prabhuji is a spiritual counselor at Radha Gopinath Temple. And some special interest of Prabhuji is that role of spirituality in good health. and Prabhuji is a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Currently, Prabhuji is overseeing Govardhan Ayurveda and community at Govardhan Eco Village. How many of you know that, Govardhan Eco Village? Yes, it's a project of Maharaj. And some introduction about Mataji. Mataji, over 20 years of dedicated counseling experience, specializing in emotional imbalance and relationship issues. Successfully, Mataji has restored and strengthened over 250 marriages, helping couples rediscover love and harmony, guiding newlywed couples for more than 15 years, providing invaluable support as they embark on their marriage journey. A seasoned marriage counselor with a remarkable 20-year track record of transforming relationships for the better, renowned for delivering captivating public talks on cultivating healthy and balanced relationships. So this is a small introduction of Mataji and Prabhuji. They have given only this much, but His Grace Radheshyam Prabhu can further say something about them.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So as you all know, in Bombay, way back in 1986-87, a small group of devotees got connected to His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj way back in 86. Like you have met before His Grace Dwarkadish Prabhu Vishakapriya Mataji. Similarly, you have met Sri Rama Prabhu and Kishori Mataji. In the same manner, Adikesha Prabhu and Premlila Mataji, they are also in one of the inner circles of Maharaj since very, very early years. Radhanath Maharaj started coming to India from 1986. So since the very early days they were connected, they went to yatras with Maharaj and they got to interact very personally. They have raised a small son, Madhav, and Maharaj has so many pastimes with Madhav, their son, small boy. And Maharaj has given many, many personalized instructions to both Adikesh Prabhu and his wife regarding raising children in a very Krishna conscious way, in a mature way, without putting them off by pressure, by forcing them. In the same manner, in Bombay, many congregations, when they got married and settled, eventually there were tussles in families, and Maharaj will not directly advise Grihasthas on how to solve the problem, but he will oftentimes call his inner circle devotees like them and give them some pointers on how to sort out such conflicts which come in family life by making the husband and wife both take responsibility rather than throw expectations on one another. So they have spent several hours with Maharaj in that connection, so they have a rich treasure of knowledge and experience. Both are learning from Maharaj and also implementing in people. So it would be sometimes worthwhile to make some videos with them. Especially Grihasthas should do that. Some Grihasthas can ask questions like a podcast, and then they both can speak with many, many real life examples that they have handled without taking any names. And that can become a great treasure asset for all the congregations to follow. Many other parts of the world can benefit also. So as I told you, Maharaj used to do program in their house many times. So one of the first programs I got introduced in their house. And I have seen Adikesh Prabhu as a devotee, extremely humble and very prayerful and always very absorbed in taking part in every small event, including the kirtans and japa. Because of that kind of reverential attitude to spiritual activities, they have maintained their enthusiasm and their preaching all these years. And year after year after year, they have been contributing more and more. Now Mataji was invited to GV to start a school for the children there. You all know GV is now in a blossoming mode now, growing more and more. Some 200 families are going to come eventually there. Housing colonies are being made there. So Mataji is taking a very important service, and for that she is getting personalized instructions on how to raise the children in Krishna consciousness there also. So we just have 1 hour with them, but I can tell you they have wisdom of 1,000 hours. So if any of you is enthusiastic about what I suggested, we could consider making a very nice video in future, multiple videos with them. And today they may speak many things based on their interactions with Maharaj and what they learned and what can benefit us. So we would like to welcome them to Shri Radha Madan Mohan. They have agreed to take out that one full day today and come here. Hari Bol!
Thank you, Radheshyam Prabhu, for adding wonderful points in the introduction of His Grace Adikesha Prabhu and Mataji. Now we request Girivar Prabhu Mataji to kindly garland both of them. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! We request all the boys to kindly come this side so that devotees can come forward. Come forward here, Prabhu. All the boys from behind, please come over this side, to my left side. All of you Prabhus, please come this side. All of Prabhus. It will be closer to Pandal, and also devotees who are coming late, they can get the place. Kindly come forward, Prabhus. Yes. All the boys who are behind, please kindly come this side towards my left. Please come this side. Now we are starting the glorification of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. We request His Grace Radheshyam Prabhu to start with glorification for Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Mic is better. Is it working? This one? It is working. Hare Krishna. I think you have done. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Is it loud enough behind? You all can hear me? Okay. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuhuvanmelitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swamin Niti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I am only going to speak 15 minutes only because we want to give time for Adikesh Prabhu and his good wife and also for the other devotees.
Hare Krishna. Those who wanted to hear the translation in Telugu and English, Telugu and Hindi, we have FMs available. Telugu FM is 88.3 and Hindi is 87.7. 80.3 Telugu, 87.7 Hindi. Please connect your wide earphone and dial to this number to hear the translation. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Every spiritual master who is disciple of Srila Prabhupada, they all have exhibited some very powerful quality and have charmed the hearts and lives of, volume is very low. Actually, the other mic was good. Prabhuji, give me that mic. Hare Krishna. Is it good? This one? Yeah. Every spiritual master should be considered like one facet of a diamond. Yeah, Kohinoor diamond has how many facets? Multiple facets. So every spiritual master is like one facet which is exhibiting different colors. Orange, yellow, blue, green, red, like the different colors. But the diamond is one. Similarly, Guru Tattva is one, but various aspects are manifesting from different gurus. And there is one famous verse, Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Mande Jagat Gurum. That verse says that the Jagat Guru is Krishna, but he manifests through the mouth of various gurus in the Guru Parampara who speak the truth in alignment with Krishna's will. Guru is like an amplifier for Krishna's voice in our hearts. So there is a, what happened? There is a director within, there is a director within and preceptor without, we say. Director within is super soul and preceptor without is spiritual master. So spiritual master is like an amplifier to the super soul. Whatever your super soul is telling you, he is speaking the same thing loudly. So by hearing that and following it in our life, we will become perfect very easily. So one of the things, very important things that is one of the Radhanath Maharaj emphasizes is that we appreciate his God brothers and express our respect and affection for them. So he has made a Vyasasana in Bombay temple which is long, you have seen that, where almost 8 people can sit, 7 or 8 people can sit, and he brings also many times. So when I became president in Pune temple 1997, Maharaj told, I asked for some instructions. So the first instruction he gave me, if you please my senior god brother, his name is Glorification of Maharaj, Maharaj said, you will please me the most, he said. So after that I took it very seriously to my heart, that if I please him, he will be pleased. I understood that. So, and also, one of the things that I'm going to highlight today is 2 aspects. One is Maharaj being a community builder aspect. Another one is Maharaj being an unassuming leader. So one time Maharaj told some of the brahmacharis that next 1 week I am going to abscond with my cook, with my assistant, to one place so that I can daily chant 64 rounds. So Maharaj took his servant and went to Rishikesh. There he was staying in a mud. From there, he told his servant, take me to the best spot in Ganga where I can chant 64 rounds at a stretch. So he showed him one, took him to a place where there was a rock, a big rock, so in the middle of the Ganga, where water is flowing on all sides. So Maharaj sat on the rock, and from early morning up to 12, he will finish 64 rounds. He would finish at a stretch. So 1 week he chanted daily like this. So that is one of his greatest delights in doing sadhana. Following in footsteps of Lord Chaitanya, if you see, Lord Chaitanya would go in Jagannath Puri to the ocean side, where he would at a stretch chant, 1 lakh names, 64 rounds, he would chant daily. It was his practice after taking darshan of Jagannath. So when Maharaj came back, it happened to be a Saturday. Then Sunday he gave a lecture, and one devotee came running to Maharaj and showed in his mobile, Maharaj, we have got your photo in Rishikesh. You are sitting on a rock and you are chanting daily. Maharaj said, I wanted to escape from all of you guys and go there and chant peacefully. Still you guys somehow have got a photo and you made me a rock star, said. Because a star sitting on the rock. I don't want you to popularize me like this, he was telling. So, Maharaj would joke often. He has always a very witty nature. One very old man with a long beard came to Maharaj and said, Maharaj, when I hear your lectures, I feel you have become a Siddha Purusha now. Maharaj said, I am not Siddha Purusha, I am City Purusha. He said, I am living in Bombay city. So he would play with words like this. But he would never declare himself to be a liberated one or advanced one. If he says, Siddha Purusha, how did you recognize me to be a Siddha Purusha? He didn't ask. So he just joked it off. So therefore I was telling you, he is an unassuming leader who always, like a salt, hides behind the subject but gives taste to the subject. He always likes that type of being behind and doing some very wonderful service. And what he calls it as is facilitating the devotees to practice the devotion service. Maharaj says that we are here not to lord over devotees or boss over devotees. We have to facilitate devotees to perform their devotional service. And facilitate means one should always ask the question, how best can I serve in this situation? That's what every devotee should ask. Maharaj has said several times, how best can I serve? Sometimes the best way you can serve is to guide a devotee. Sometimes best way you can serve is to be a friend of a devotee. Sometimes the best way you can serve is to connect the devotee to someone else who can guide the devotee better than me. Sometimes the best way to serve a devotee is not to disturb the devotee and leave the devotee. There are various ways you can serve. You may wonder, really? By leaving a devotee, how do you serve? Yes, sometimes we can become a stumbling block for a devotee to advance because our behavior is irritating the devotee and blocking the devotee's progress sometimes. So, therefore, how? So this is actually the facilitating someone's devotional service. One day Maharaj was giving a Bhagavatam class in the temple, and the temple hall was jam-packed. After that, one devotee brought one big scientist from TIFR, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Bombay. They are all very, very smart fellows. They are internationally acclaimed figures there. So one fellow came, and then that fellow brought him to Maharaj and told Maharaj he is from TIFR, a scientist. He attended your lecture. Then Maharaj asked, so how did you find my lecture from your scientific point of view? And my gentleman said, Maharaj, I had some questions. And after hearing your lecture, then he was bringing some questions. And Maharaj one-on-one answered him, maybe about 3-4 minutes. And Maharaj asked him, are you satisfied? Yeah, satisfied, all right, like that he was telling. Then Maharaj just looked around and he saw our Vrishabhana Prabhu was sitting in the seat in that extreme end of the temple hall. So he told one devotee, you can just call him. So he came. His Karmi name is, I think, Bhaskar Hosangadi, I think. And Maharaj said, see, here is Dr. Bhaskar Hosangadi. He is like a chancellor, vice chancellor or something. He has been in chemistry department for more than 35, 40 years. You are asking some questions from that. So, if you have a little chat with him, your question may be answered even better. So immediately he took him to the sofa and they had almost a half an hour, 45 minutes discussion. And Maharaj was chanting on the beads and going around the temple. Later on when they were about to leave, Maharaj came to both of them and asked to this TFR man, so how did you find his answers? He said, marvelous, he said. All my doubts are gone now, cleared now, he said. And Maharaj said, therefore I told you, he can speak in your language better than me, he said. So he is a spiritual master, but he knows how to facilitate devotional service of others. Because that everybody needs, just like I have seen Prabhupada also doing that. One time Prabhupada sat in a Vyasa and they said there is going to be a lecture. Prabhupada said, who's the audience? Prabhupada will bring the audience, wait here, they said. And then they brought a lot of children, the Gurukul children. They brought some 25 children. Prabhupada said, I have to give lecture for them. They are so tiny. Many of them are like 3 years, 4 years old. Prabhupada said, yes, the best way I can give lecture is to give them cookies. So he told them to bring a lot of cookies and gave them, and everybody offered obeisances and said, Jai Prabhupada, and they went. That's the best way you can facilitate them. So one should know what is the best way I can serve in a given situation. Then I asked Maharaj, yes, now this point is clear that we have to facilitate. But what is the goal of facilitating? I asked. The goal of facilitating is to inspire. He said the best thing you can do to any living entity is to inspire them to come to Krishna. If you can inspire them, you have done the best service. You may say, I have given them knowledge. You may say, I have given them food. You may say, I have given them some accommodation facilities. But at the end of the day, have you inspired them in their Krishna consciousness to take one forward step towards Krishna? That's the best service you can do. So, how best can I serve? We have to ask and then render the service. And that service should inspire them to come closer to Krishna. So, in this way, he is a man of heart and is very intelligent in sensing the unspoken words and unexpressed emotions. He is very expert in that. There was one all counselors meeting happening in Bombay, so I happened to be there also. So there was one Mataji who, in the middle of the meeting, Maharaj was asking different people different questions, counselors. So any of you have any suggestions? So one Mataji said, Maharaj, we are very sad to note that in Chowpatty everything is there, nice prasad, nice worship, nice, preaching, everything. Everybody is happy except one category of devotees, the teenage children of the congregation. There is no one to care for them. They come with their parents to temple and they are just hanging around, running here and there. No one to care for them. I feel pity when I see them. They are in the teenage now and they are likely to get spoiled. Their whole future is dependent on how we take care of them. We are not taking sufficient good care of them at the moment. And we have so much intelligent devotees in our community. If we make a team of our congregation devotees to teach them and some brahmacharis to teach them, we can make a very good impact on their Krishna consciousness. And she went on speaking, almost 10 minutes she spoke. And Maharaj was nodding head and listening everything. And then after she finished, Maharaj asked everybody, how many of you agree with what she said? And everybody said, Hari Bo, they said. So Maharaj said, therefore we request Mataji, you become the in charge. Because anyone who is in charge for any department should strongly feel for that department. So those who have feelings for a particular service, like Vishwakirti Prabhu has feelings for Kirtan. Is there any manager required above him to make sure he goes every day? What do you think? Vishwakirti Prabhu, he is self-motivated, correct, no? In the same manner, Maharaj was telling that if you identify a person who has feelings for a particular service, then you don't have to follow that person. And Maharaj asked, how many of the devotees can bless her to take the service? And everybody said, Hari Bol, everybody said. And Mataji also had, she had tears in her eyes for the service given. And in those days, you can see now this Gopal Fund School is there. And the South Mumbai was not cultivated in those days, downtown. Now there are more than 200, 300 families there cultivated. And the children of congregation as well as new congregation was created there, and Gopal Fund School, many things came up after that. So the point is, he is not only facilitating devotional service of all of us, he also inspires the leaders to also facilitate devotional service. Like he gave her the opportunity to give shape to something what she was very strongly feeling for. And that is how this community has grown like a big Vatavriksha, very big banyan tree. Because Maharaj is a very great encourager. He himself is a very great, like in English there is a word called coach. Coach means you don't give solution, you bring out the solution from that person's mouth who is bringing problem. Somebody is bringing, ex-devotee is going to bring you problems. You communicate and converse with the devotee in such a way that the same devotee who brought problem will come up with solution also. That is called coaching, we call it. Or facilitating. So Maharaj teaches that. And as Maharaj is unassuming, he expects his disciples also to behave in such a role. For example, there is something called as influence without authority. What is influence without authority? There are many parts of the world Maharaj goes, and there are many people, devotees, who consider him their dearest friend, or they consider him their dearest worshipable devotee who can guide them. Maharaj is not in any authoritative role in those places. But people find a friend in him, and they come to confide with him and learn lessons from him and modify their life and, sort out their issue like that. So, therefore, when we are in any role anywhere, Maharaj does not like us to quarrel with devotees, fighting for some position, fighting for some self-importance, fighting for proving our greatness. That would be really ridiculous, because Maharaj would never do that. Even if he is right, he would not try to prove that I am better than you. One time when Maharaj's godbrother came to give a lecture in Chopadi temple, while giving a lecture regarding this Shakti-Avesh avatar, there are two in that, Sakshat and Avesh. He made some mistake regarding Parashuram avatar when he was talking. So some brahmacharis were looking at Maharaj, that Maharaj will correct. But he didn't correct. Later on when he went to his room, one brahmachari said, Maharaj, he made one mistake while saying, he said Parashuram is some jiva who is empowered by Vishnu, something like that. And then Maharaj said, I didn't correct him because that was a technical detail. I thought, that's not going to make a very big difference to people. People will figure out when they read the books, they'll find out. So he said, unless there is some major flaw in somebody, what somebody said, we don't have to unnecessarily correct and create an unpleasant atmosphere. he was telling. So he is in that sense very sensitive. Even though he is superior, he doesn't present his superior role unnecessarily anywhere, push himself forward. He wouldn't do that. So this was one of the things I was planning to speak. The other one, I'll say briefly, in the community development, when I went in 91, 92 to Chopari temple, what I observed was a very marvelous thing. Like I would go to the kitchen, all the Matajis would be sitting around sabji thing, cutting sabji and also singing Hare Krishna. And all the Prabhujis will be sitting and they'll be rolling chapatis. And they will also be singing Hare Krishna. Everywhere you went, you heard people singing Hare Krishna. So, in Pune also I came to know that every week they have one group cooking, coming and cooking. Like first Sunday, second Sunday, third Sunday, fourth Sunday, different groups would come and cook. And once in 3 months only people will get chance, the group will come. Multiple groups are cooking. So people will be longing for that Sunday, which will be our Sunday, we can cook. And everybody would invest their consciousness in singing the Hare Krishna mantra and cooking. But then over a period of time we saw, when in Pune also we tried to start like that. Slowly the Mahamantra is not heard. People don't sing while cutting. Hey, do this. Hey, come here. Hey, go there. People are just talking. Hey, give me a knife. And people are talking like that. And slowly the service also stopped many times. And people, and it became very difficult sometimes to even get people to come on a Sunday and assist in cooking. You call 50 people and only 5 people will come. So why it happens? Because the nature of material world is to always go down. That's the tendency. So Maharaj's heart is to see that the community members are very lively in their spiritual life. That they are eager to come forward and enter services like this. Maharaj said, a temple is not made of stones and bricks. A temple is, the real opulence of a temple is the temple's community members, the devotees. They should come and occupy the temple in the weekends. They should take lead in services like cooking, washing, cleaning, everything they should do. And Maharaj has made so many committees. Our Adhikeshpu and his good wife, they were actually in charge of the marriage bureau. They have conducted more than 150-200 marriages by bringing a boy and girl together in the community and making announcement. Maharaj wanted Chopari temple to be like one big family, where everybody should be taken care. So there is a marriage committee, there is a job committee, there are different committees like that. So people should feel that when I go to the temple on Sunday, it's like a home away from home. They should very happily come. And another very important thing, Tat Vijnanartam Sagurum Evavi Gachet. It said, Tat Vijnana, Tat means Krishna. If you want to learn about Krishna, Vijnan about Krishna, science of Krishna consciousness, one should accept a guru, it is said. So Maharaj is very keen that his disciples are rooted in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness and don't become sentimental or don't become careless or inattentive or don't get carried away by Maya. So one time when Maharaj had went to one of the satellite centers, one Mataji had cooked a lot of opulent items. And Maharaj told his disciples to eat. So many disciples took it. And then the Mataji came and cried and said, Maharaj, I am crying because you are not eating anything. You have told others to eat. And Maharaj said, I am crying that my disciples are not hearing my lectures and following the instructions. He said, because he said that there are many people who become my disciples, but then they get carried away by so many things and they don't, I am taking out my energy, time and I am investing it in speaking lectures on different leelas, Krishna leela and Gaur leela and different things. But people do not hear that and they cause a lot of problems. Because if you don't do Shravanam in the association of devotees, you will eventually become weak and your standards will go down. You will start eating anywhere outside. You may start watching different things in your mobile. And because of not hearing and chanting, especially from the spiritual master, because spiritual master is one whose shelter we take and we take Diksha from him. And he is eager to give us instruction and purify us and uplift us and take us back to Godhead. So we should not neglect him. Nowadays we are hearing so many other speakers. For us, the two primary speakers for us is Srila Prabhupada and spiritual master. From these two people we should hear first. Over and above that, in order to surrender to these great personalities, Prabhupada and Guru, you can, as a support to that, you can hear from various other speakers. So, despite his ailing health, every year Maharaj has been taking yatra to Vrindavan or Mayapur. And in those days, we used to have 2 full weeks of katha, every evening, like 3-4 hours. But recent past, he's only giving about 1 week only. So Maharaj's lectures are made available in recordings and everything. But in our fast-paced life, many times we are not able to hear. So we have to, if really say, I love my spiritual master very much, that love has to be exhibited through connection through the Shravanam. The spiritual master lives in his sound vibration and the follower lives with him. Prabhupada says. So you live with your Guru at his lotus feet through the medium of Shravanam. Ye tutpadiya charanam bhujakosha gandham chigranti karna vivarai shrutivata nitam bhaktya grihita charanaha parayacha tesham napaitinath hridayam burhat swapumsam Tvam bhakti yoga paribhavita hritsaroja asya shrute kshetapато nandanata pumsam yad dhyata urgaya vibhavayanti tat tat papu pranayase sadanugrahaya. These 2 verses are spoken by Brahma. He says, Lord's lotus feet is easily attained by one who takes in the sound vibration, Shrivatanitam. Just as the sound is carried by the wind, the sound vibration from the mouth of spiritual master is coming, and one should hear that, and then that should go to the heart and transform our hearts, cleanse the impurities, awaken love for God, and that will bring us closer to Krishna's lotus feet, and you will find a place in the middle of Krishna's 2 lotus feet safely, like that Brahmaji is telling. So this is one very important thing. The temple is built in sound vibration through the lectures, through the kirtans, through the services rendered along with the chanting of the holy name. And devotees enthusiastically coming together and dancing together in kirtan, chanting together, hearing together. So our Hyderabad temple has been having a very good track record of, having 1,000 devotees coming on a Sunday, which is very unique to our temple. At the same time, it's sorry state that the attendance has not been very good in the last 1 or 2 years. In the attendance for Gita Foundation 1, 2 and Bhakti Shastri and Bhakti Vaibhav, all these things. Because now many of you get lectures in YouTube here and there. People think, anyway we can hear sitting at home, why to come to temple? But you will eventually see, we don't want to only have a big head and a thin body. You may have a lot of knowledge, but you need culture, which you get in the temple. If you come to the temple, you bow down to the deity, you bow down to the devotees, you embrace the devotees, you dance with devotees, you sing with devotees, and that interaction is going to make you spiritually very healthy. So, strict attendance to the weekend programs to the temple will definitely please Maharaj very much. Because one time His Grace Dwarakadhish was asking Maharaj, Maharaj, you tell us which one, Sunday or the Sunday feast, Sunday morning Bhagavatam, or Maharaj said both. But then Dwarakadhish said, but Maharaj, after Bhagavatam, Sunday feast in the afternoon, whole day goes away, he said. But Maharaj said, what is the problem? Whole day you are with devotees. Maharaj was very strongly advocating coming for the whole Sunday in Chowpatty. Of course, those devotees come from Yera Road, they are very far away. And the point is, in this temple, that good culture has been there since last more than 2 decades, and we want to see it preserved. If you are a contributor in preserving that culture, you are doing a great service and you will be pleasing Maharaj. Because it's Maharaj's desire that at least once in a week all grihasthas should come together. This one is Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, His Grace Rajesh Sam Prabhu, for giving us a wonderful offering to Srila Gurudev. Wonderful offering, it includes the wonderful characters of Maharaj about facilitating everybody, and also you have spoken very wonderfully about how we can please Maharaj by hearing more and more about him. Now we request His Grace Adikesha Prabhu and Mataji to read their offering. We request devotees to kindly come forward as close as possible.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकाय चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमः ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामिनेति नामिने। नमः ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनेति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। वाञ्छा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धु एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधार श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। So thank you very much with heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for us to be here. Should I speak from this? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So thank you very much on this very auspicious occasion we all are here. So I was just Radhesham Prabhu so eloquently put everything about Maharaj's qualities and especially as a leader how he has build up this community, which is very true. We have been just witness to the way the community has developed. Yes, it is true that we have spent more time being there. So thank you very much, Radhesham Prabhu, for being so precise and very clear to bring out all Maharaj's qualities. So we are not going to speak on those qualities. Neither about is, you all know about it. So some real life incidents at that spot, how did he respond, what did he say? Because those days there were not many people, there was easy accessibility. As the congregation built up, it's not going to happen again. That I'm sure all you sincere disciples would like to know whether Maharaj knows me by name or does he know what I'm doing. But the truth is that is not actually necessary. As Radhesham Prabhu very clearly said, the degree you hear Shravanam and to that degree you imbibe, you follow, to that degree your relationship with your spiritual master enhances. That doesn't mean that because we got it now we are saying you should not have. I'm sure he has in relationship with each and every one. That's what he has expressed several times. So Yatra is the time when there are thousands of people. He speaks and he keeps in mind of each and every one sitting there and he speaks. So physically to have that type of a relationship now and in the future is not going to be possible. So we are going to speak some things which we are direct from what he heard. And many mistakes we have done in ignorance and we were corrected. So you have an advantage of hearing and not to commit that mistake. Huh? So when I was hearing about Prem Leela's introduction, that she balance and conflict and all. I think Vyasa Puja and you are talking so much about conflict. But then I suddenly remembered that once I happened to be there, he went to one devotee's house which was a new house, housewarming type, So he went inside, he went to the bedroom, he went to the kitchen, he went to the hall, he looked here and there, he looked up and he became very serious and he said, if the Vedic principles are nicely followed in this house, this is a Vaikuntha. And if it is not, then it becomes Kurukshetra. So of course his way of speaking is always very humorous, but there is a lot of instructions in that.
With this I remember what happened is, many years ago it was his birthday, and one of the devotees celebrated his birthday, and it was a surprise to us that Gurudev also came there. And what is usually it happens, everybody gives their verbal offering. Everybody gave, and actually I was sitting behind Maharaj, and Maharaj turned his face and said, "Now you speak." And I said, "Mother, I don't know what to speak. You must speak." And I didn't know, and I know how it is always trying to impress him. We speak something to impress him, at least I did it. And I said that, "Maharaj, I'm not a very obedient person. Today onwards I'll try to be very humble and very obedient to my husband, try to follow all the instruction." I went on and on and on. And then he became very grave. He turned himself, looked at all the crowd who were the devotees sitting, and he said, "If all Matajis think like this, then this place will become a Vaikuntha." So I said, "That's it." So maybe he realized I'm not one of those Matajis who will be very obedient. And he just said it. Of course, he told me, but I think it's going to be useful to all of us.
So Vaikuntha is not far. So anyway, I just remember, this is for all of you to know that the first meeting I had, the very first, I was very reluctant, I didn't have any much desire about, but the one who was insisting that I should come and meet, so just to please him I went, but I had a complaint about him that, he spends a lot of time in the temple, his parents are very disturbed, and why is he doing that? So I had gone for confronting Maharaj to say that, why does he do that? So that time he gave a very grave answer. I mean, I was first time meeting, very new. I didn't know anything much about. So he said that his mother, who has carried him in his womb for 9 months and raised him in all the difficulties, the sleepless nights, the disease, the education, then there all the mischief behavior and so many, anxiety, both mother and father, how's this? So all those, they have done it unknowingly as something very natural. Every mother, father does that, right? Now because he is a very serious devotee, Krishna considers all that service as pure bhakti. So I'm especially, because many times, when someone wants to join the ashram and the parents, they become very disturbed that, why. So once again, some parents, they said that, why are you, release him, release my son. So he said, where am I holding him, I have all the blessings. He wants to become a grahastha. We have all the blessings. He can. We are not holding anyone, they have the full freedom. But then he looked at the parents and they said, but what right do we have to stop someone who wants to follow in the footsteps of Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, and many saintly people? What rights do we have to stop them? This was something very profound. There he said about, of course, parents get all the benefit. So then one thing which, of course, it was too little. One person wanted, but he was giving a reason, but my parents are very, they don't want. So he said, any parents, because this is something very rare, isn't it? These desires, these thoughts to come to surrender your life. If any parents, if they are trying to put an obstacle or discourage or, threaten or, many things are, he very said that, that the reaction can be very strong because of some emotional, kind of insecure feeling if they are stopping. So this is what I remember. So it's very good, and anyone stopping can be very bad.
From the parents, I remember 2 incidents. How Maharaj, even if our parents are not devotees, but how he respects them just because we have surrendered or we have become devotees. He respects our parents, even if they are not chanting, if they don't want to follow. He just respects them. And these 2 incidents I want to tell. One, it happened with me. you know, I was already first and second initiated, and I just went to Maharaj one day. I said, Maharaj, when will my parents become a devotee? Actually, he knew my parents were following this Radha Swami. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. They are following Radha Swami. In fact, I also was following, but I got married and I, you know, got into Krishna consciousness. So I went to Maharaj and asked him, when will my parents become devotee? He became very grave and looked at me. He said, the day you become a devotee. And it took me many years, Prabhu, you must have understood right now, trust me, not a lie. It took me many years to understand what did he mean by that. Today I know what he meant. The day I become consciously a good devotee, I will respect my parents, whatever they are doing. You know, so this is okay. There's one more thing. How, you know, like, you know, devotees, we do so much of service, and then we get married, then we get children, then we start regretting, as a lady or mother I'm talking, how we regret that, you know, we are not able to do seva. One of my god sister, very young girl, she got, you know, she got babies, and Maharaj, she met Maharaj, and kids were small. So Maharaj just said, how are you, how is everything? So she became very sad, and she told Maharaj, I'm not doing any service because now I have to take care of other children. So she was already pregnant, carrying a baby. So Maharaj said, you know, you are like that cow. What do you call that? Chewing the ruminating? Ruminating, yeah, thank you. So he said, you are like that cow ruminating the grass which has eaten and producing milk. So he said, take care of your baby, that, you know, so that take care of them, so they become a nice devotee. So this is how it, you know, respects anybody who's a parent, because he knows what parents are going through to have children.
So this way of thinking, they are very sharp and very penetrating. So in the early days, I used to not go to the temple much. I was introduced, I used to like the philosophy. I will attend only when the class starts, I'll be there, and then, you know, I will not be there for the dance and all. So those days Maharaj will be spending a lot of time in the temple, you know, he stays for 6 months and all. So one day I went to the temple and he was alone, and he was with the Guru, the orphanage, Gurukul we had, you know, their children he was. So I went to him that, Maharaj, I heard you are going back to USA tomorrow. So yes, I am going. Oh Maharaj, I am going to miss you. You know this style, we say that, no? Oh, I said something like that. So he looked at me very gravely. But when I am here, I don't see you. Now, this hypocrisy, you know, one of the thing about it, he really cut me off. Of course, with all your blessings, I started going regularly after that. That's why I am still surviving. So it is true that, of course, one more, those days, you know, I don't know why, you know, I used to go and ask. So what, he will ask, so I will say, how is your practice going on, you know, because I used to be practicing as a. So I said, Maharaj, I want to be famous. So he said, there's nothing wrong in becoming famous. You should become famous. So I got very inspired. So I was looking out for a better locality where, you know, I can be in touch with famous people, and, you know, I become famous. The intention was me to become famous. So I tried everything and nothing was working. So very disappointed. I went, Maharaj, nothing is working out. So he looked at me and said, you are coming out of Maya. So this is how he would say. And now when I look back, if I had succeeded, I wouldn't have been sitting here. I wouldn't have been. Because every such type of, you know, endeavors, responsibilities, it takes you away from Krishna consciousness. So this is, I just...
I remember how Maharaj gives more important to people than the project. Sometimes the project can suffer because the people are not there, but Maharaj always gives important to the people. My own experience, you know, Radha Shyam Sundar Prabhu Singh, about the Gopal's Fun School. I with Premnidhi Prabhu, we started this Gopal Fun School in Gopinath. And it had just started, and we started getting lots of response from the South Bombay. But my son, who was studying in Manipal, he was going through some emotional, pains and all, and he happened to talk to Maharaj. And Maharaj just came and told me that I want you to just go to Madhav, who was studying in Udupi, go and shift yourself to Udupi. I said, I'll shift myself to Udupi? He said, yes, you're going to shift. I said, Maharaj, what about Gopal Sanskar? That will work. He said, sit in Udupi, on phone call, get the work done. This is how it is. It's very important for him. The children are taken care and not to be neglected. Even in Yatra, once in one Yatra, Pune devotee, I don't know, I think it's a Vrindavan Yatra in Pune devotee. One of the child, after the class in the dark, the child was missing. And everybody was in chaos today. Where is the child? Where is the boy? Where is the boy? And everybody started searching and he was not to be found. Then, Maharaj had just finished one class in Radhakund and we started walking. So they said, okay, let's go and see. So Maharaj called and told that, just go and find where is the child. Because they told Maharaj, you go ahead, we'll take care. He said, no. Just go and find where is the child. He said, even I'm going to come. And even Maharaj walked with them and went to Radhakund and they found the child. Actually, Shyamanand Prabhu was speaking about this offering. So I was very inspired for that. So then Shyamanand Prabhu asked Maharaj, we could have done that, that we could have searched and bought the boy. He said, no, because whenever the yatra is there, all these thousands of people are coming out, 10,009. They are coming there because I invited them. And I am responsible for everything what is happening over there. Imagine his disciples are taking care, but he takes the responsibility of everything. So that was very touching to me. I said, this must be spoken about his quality. How for him, individual person is more important than the project. It's always like that. Of course, then I told you about how I left. And
so in the early days, Grahasthas and Brahmacharis, because the lifestyle was so different, so there was not much interaction. And there was no close intimacy also to talk, because they used to see Grahasthas as, having a different, and we used to see that we can't relate to them. So this was the early days. That time, there were some things happening in the ashram which should not be happening. So one of the Grahasthas, he went and told Maharaj, what's going on here? He was really accusing that things are. So he said, give me some time. I am responsible. So after that, the way it developed, what he did was, he used to tell the brahmacharis, see these Grahasthas, they have so many responsibilities. They have a job, they have a family, they have to raise their children, and they have their many other social responsibilities. In spite of all these things, they are still doing bhakti. And he would tell the Grahasthas, look at them. They could have been earning in crores. They have given up everything. Sacrificed. So we can't even provide this much facility to them, because those days the facilities in the ashram were very poor. There's no proper, running water and toilets and all. So this way there was a bondage and that went to this extent that he was very concerned that it is the Grahasthas who should be protecting the brahmachari ashram. Now what do you think by protection? Do we stand as guards outside? What he wanted to say is, there was one such incident which happened. Because of the little frivolous type of a loose behavior, one brahmachari got injured. I hope you understand what I mean by injury, no? So he was very concerned. So he was very grave and he was talking to Krishna Chandra Prabhu, and I happened to be standing behind. So he said, if you people can't protect the brahmachari ashram, I am going to shift it to another place. Now we Grahasthas may think, well, fine, what are we supposed to do? So that time he said that as Grahasthas, you should see that the standards in the temple and the values what we stand for, if a brahmachari is sincerely practicing, no one unnecessarily should cause him some distraction. If on his own, if he wants to change his ashram, that's another thing. But no one should unnecessarily cause. So this is what was his seriousness about. Now you may ask that what is the role of brahmachari ashram there in Grahastha life? So he very gravely said once that Grahasthas have no scope for progress if there is no visible brahmachari ashram. You may think, oh no, well, we can also be very serious. No. Actually, both brahmachari and Grahastha ashram's goal is same, but the standard of renunciation is, it's very high. Grahasthas, we have so much freedom. So he said that just having a proper brahmachari ashram, automatically Grahasthas also in their association slowly develop detachment from worldly things. This is the importance of having a brahmachari ashram. So that sense, to protect a brahmachari ashram is whose onus? It is Grahastha ashram's onus. To see that they should not be in anxiety. This is the only ashram, brahmachari ashram, which earns. Other three ashrams they don't earn. But if Grahasthas come forward to see that brahmachari ashram is also nicely maintained, they get mercy from all the other three ashrams. The sannyas ashram, brahmachari ashram, all the unrenounced ashrams. So this I just remember about the seriousness of the relationship between brahmacharis and grahasthas. This is how, which is still today it is there, that if the brahmacharis come out with some policy, hardly any grahasthas will have anything to object much. They are very submissive to say that, yes, we are there with you. That was the united efforts of. So Premlila wants to speak something about, there was some difference between brahmacharis and grahasthas.
It was not a difference. I'm sure you all are aware of the drama festival happening in Radha Gopinath, right? Initial days when we used to do drama, the brahmacharis were the one to check our script, to see whether it is up to the philosophy, not anything, wrong is propagated or anything. So they were into that. And it so happened that I wanted to do something different, because every time there was a drama, I wanted to do a ballet. A ballet is something like, I'm sure what you'll have. There is no dialogue, but there's a music and you enact the whole scene. Now what happened is, the brahmacharis, they were not happy with that, because they want a very traditional way of drama happening. Now, because I was little elderly or senior to them, they never came and told me anything. See the relationship we have. They didn't wanted it, but they didn't come and tell me openly, because they didn't want to hurt my feeling. But still, via I came to know that they are not very happy. Now, I didn't know how to go and approach them and ask them, are you not happy with the script? But still, you just 1 week away from the drama, and Gurudev was still in US. He was supposed to come, but I wrote a mail to him. And when I wrote a mail, I said, I don't know what to do. This is the thing, I'm doing a drama, but I just heard, nobody told me, but I just heard that brahmachari, the authorities are not very happy. Maharaj, what should I do? So there's only one sentence. I don't mind what you all do, but always I want you to cooperate with your authorities. That is it. Just one sentence. I want you to cooperate with your authorities. Then there was only one thought remained to me, how to cooperate. I said, okay, fine, we'll not do this ballet. We
cancelled.
Yeah, we cancelled the ballet and we said, okay, we are not doing it. But the outcome, I am very touched by the outcome. What happened after that is, we had a wonderful relation between Grahasthas and the brahmachari. Maybe I was doing the drama, but we drama committee were, a strong committee of 10 to 12 people. But we had such a loving relation after that, because they started trusting us and we had a wonderful way of, opening up and talking to them. Like he said, initially it was not there. Not only because of this drama, but this drama strengthened our relationship more. So Maharaj always, even once I asked him, like, Maharaj, I want to please you. Just how do I do that? He said, just cooperate. Everything will be perfect. So that is what you always want us to cooperate with each other, be nice with each other, try to support each other. In the cooperation, I remember, once it was a seva given to me. Gurudev said that you will be part of this group, a seva. And I definitely was there, another 2-3 people were there. But one Mataji was not selected by Gurudev, but she had a desire to be part of that group, that team. It was a children's team. So children's organizing program for children. So, but I came to know, she went and told somebody that I don't want Prem Lila. If Prem Lila is there, I don't want to be part of this group. And I was told by another Mataji, she's very senior, and she said that if you are not there, she will be part of the group. And I was hurt. Definitely I was hurt. And I didn't know, Gurudev comes to know something in your face when things happen. I happened to meet him and I just asked him, without naming, because he gets very upset when you take a name and tell this devotee is like this. He doesn't appreciate that. So I just told him that, you told me to be part of this group, and another devotee she doesn't want me to be part of this group. What should I do? So Maharaj said something very wonderful. It's so cherishing to me. Whenever I'm bewildered or, upset about some cooperation happening, this thing keeps me on my toe. And he said, sometime you not being part of the, project is very helpful to the project. So you see how the project is working. Don't see what you want to do. That you want to, you should be always cooperate with others to see that the project is working, not that you are part of it or no. It's very important.
You want service or?
Yeah, that is the thing. Yeah, there's another incident which happened. Same thing about the service. So then something very similar. And when I spoke to him, I said, this is happening. So then he questioned me. He said, you want to serve or you want to be in charge? When he asked such question, what do you expect me to say? In charge? No. I said, Maharaj, serve. Then you can serve being out of the project. There is no need to be in charge. So be out of the project and try to serve. And really, that inspired me so much in my life. Now, I try not to aspire to become in charge. Wherever there is a project, I try to help being outside the project, because that gives me more pleasure, This is how, because his instructions are so important that when we try to follow it, we will see that we will be very blissful in serving Krishna consciousness. Because among devotees also we will have so many problems, so many ego issues, trying to be better than others. But his instructions are always, very careful and very helpful. Like I remember, again, it was a drama. When you do drama, all people are serving the same project and everything, because we used to have 5 to 6 people, a group performing drama. So there definitely there will be a competition. We want to be better than others. My drama should be better. My drama should be liked. My drama should be beautiful. So one day I went and told him, Maharaj, what is this? There's so much of competition in drama, I get very dejected. So what is wrong in competition? There should be competition. But you should compete with yourself, not with others. He said, whatever you are doing, try to improve in the next drama. Don't try to beat them or show them, you are better off than them. Try to work on your own project, on your own drama, and make them better than the last year drama. So this is how the competition should be. Not with others, compete with for our own self to improve and do better than, better than last what we offered. Anything else?
So there was no marriage board as such before one time, but he was very serious about, so he called few of us, Krishna Chandra Prabhu, me, Krishna Prabhu. And see, the tendency is, when we have to do matchmaking, actually our tendency is to get it done. Because deep within think this, humne karke diya.
Okay.
Humne kiya tha. We made the match. So he had several times he has told, you are just a facilitator. You don't make decision. Because it's a very serious personal thing, Who is going to get married to whom? Don't try to preach them. Don't try to convince them. Just leave it. It is a very serious thing. But the tendency is there. Arey, what's wrong? To get it done, it's like a result oriented. So one time, he made such a grave statement. I was also there, Premila, she was dumbstruck. She didn't have an answer.
Actually, because I asked him.
So you can say what exactly happened.
Yeah, when he came, I just asked him, Maharaj, when I try to help devotees, I always get this feeling, that they're the best match. And I must try to do that. I must convince them and get them married. So Maharaj asked me one question. If she is your daughter, will you give your daughter to this boy? So, and that is the time I realized, no, I will not. Because I was not very happy, but I just wanted the result. He said, this is the rule, that whenever you are working in the marriage board, always ask this question to yourself, that if she is your daughter, will you offer your daughter to this boy? Then you see how it will help you in getting your couples done. So it really helped us a lot, because every time we think about a girl, we really go very deep and think, because when it is your daughter, then obviously you'll be very careful. So we are also now very careful. All of us are very, we keep discussing when in the marriage board, hey, but what about this girl, whether this boy, it will match, you think it will be good for them. So that's how he has given a thumb rule for us to follow, so that we can protect.
Well, once, of course, I'm just throwing it open for all of you to that. He was very concerned. He said there are very sincere girls who are very sincere, but their parents are not devotees, and so we need to help them. So he said, a girl, if she gets married outside, it's very difficult for her to continue devotional service. But for a boy, it is not like that. He can still, come to the temple, and his wife may be serious or not serious, but for a girl it is. So that time he just said that, for a guru, whoever comes and takes shelter of him, she is like a daughter to him. It's a great responsibility. So he said, anyone who comes forward to help his guru, make his responsibility less by coming forward and saying, Maharaj, I am here to take care of so-and-so for the rest of her life. That's a big relief for him. So this is the Guru's heart when he sees that girls who are not married same time he related to, of course, one young girl. He was very serious about, especially girls, about taking blessings, wholehearted blessings, not heartfelt blessings, but they should take blessings from their parents. So now, of course, how much can we be liberal and to what extent conservative? So any girl who decides to get married to so and so, she is grown up and she can take a decision, but he would be very concerned. He said, unless the parents heartfelt blessings they don't give, that our daughter getting married to this person, we have full blessings, he would not allow that marriage. He said, if they want to marry outside, no problem. But he said, if this happens in our community, like any girl goes to Iskcon temple and then suddenly the parents come to know that she is marrying someone and we are not even aware of it and you are not. He said, which parents would send their young girls to these temples? They would not send. So he said that no one's problem is bigger than Srila Prabhupada's reputation. So to that extent he was conservative. But there are many things, if I had to say, it is completely now, at today's day, if you hear, like he was so conservative, he said once the announcement is done, you make announcement here in the temple, Hari Bol. See that once the announcement, they are engaged. So he said that yes, they are engaged, but they are not married. They are not exchanged garlands. So they should not be seen in public places together. They can meet in some devotee's house. So we were wondering, how is this possible? Today's day, you tell someone who's engaged not to be together, go out together to know each other. So we said, Maharaj, this is... No, because they have still not exchanged garlands, Krishna can change the plan. And if he changes the plan, it will be too painful. So not to become too close and become attached before you are married. I'll just end with something connected to that. That one young girl, her parents were not so very this, but she convinced them, and they gave the blessings, and they agreed, and they got the date was fixed for marriage, and she carried the wedding card, and she went to Maharaj. Maharaj, I am very sorry. The way the wedding will be performed is not Vedic way of wedding, because my parents are insisting that the wedding will be performed like this. But it is not wedding, I am very sorry. So he looked at her and said, it is not important what happens on the day of wedding. It is more important what happens after the wedding.
I remember when he was talking, I just remember I think Radheshyam Prabhu was talking about following Maharaj's instruction. It was the initial day of 87, 88. In Radha Gopinath, we didn't have a speaker. You have seen now, there are so many speakers in Radha Gopinath. We didn't have a speaker. And Maharaj was a sannyasi, but he came as a servant to his god brother during that time, 87, 88. He was a sannyasi, but not a spiritual master or not a leader, very humbly serving his god brother who was in US. So he came. So then, when he used to give class, we used to have that small speaker, and then crowd started coming little bit. Just not crowd also, just 5 to 7 of us used to sit for Bhagavatam, and we could not hear. And Prabhus are sitting, and we Mataji will still push ahead and come very close to the Prabhus to hear, because the speaker was very close to the Prabhu, and ladies were sitting behind. Maharaj noticed this that we are not able to hear, because he's so careful that when he's giving class, he'll find out you all can hear, you saw how it happened in Mayapur also this time in Yatra. And then he told Vaishnava Seva Prabhu, was taking care of all our speakers and everything. He told Vaishnava Seva Prabhu, get the speaker done. And after the speaker, he wanted a best mic to be bought. Why I'm saying this? Maharaj is so particular that he said, I give my life, I give my blood when I speak. I take so much of trouble to prepare myself for the class. So he wants all of to be very attentive. Anytime, and we have taken it, I think we ladies are little, like this. So we take it, when we don't get to hear, we raise our hand. It's such a big crowd in the temple. We raise our hand and tell Maharaj, we can't hear. And he becomes so serious about it. And sometimes he chastises the brahmachari for not having the proper thing. And then I'll tell you what once happened. Like in my own life, when I came to Krishna consciousness, well, I will not say I had any training to be a wife. I was already a mother of a 2-year-old child. So my son Madhav, we used to take him to temple every day. And it so happened that my son, from 2 years, he became 6 years. From then he became 7 years. And you know how it happens when you take up something. I became very serious in the sense, Krishna consciousness was something very nice and very happening for me, and I took it very seriously, and I was just going to temple, doing my seva, and my son was actually getting neglected. If you hear the way the way I should take him, I'll wake him up, I'll just lift him from the bed, go for Mangala, take one blanket, wrap him with the blanket, go for Mangalati, and behind near Prabhupada, we had some partition. So I used to make him sleep there, and do my japa, listen to the Bhagavatam. Then in the car, okay, he'll wake up during darshan time. Then I send him to one of the brahmachari's bathroom. He'll quickly take cold water bath. Then we'll sit for Bhagavatam. After Bhagavatam, because he was in junior KG, senior KG, we'll change him in the car and then drop him to the school. It was very nice, and everybody said, wow, what a great devotee. But you should know what happened after that. So, Madhav, felt very neglected. He's a child. He felt very neglected. To such an extent, he started stealing rubber, pencil and pen from his friends, Oh, that was a big ego issue for me, because how can my son take, rob all these things? So I was little depressed, and somehow the Gurudev came to know that I'm very upset and depressed. So he sent a message, he said, tell her to come and meet me. I remember like myself, Adhikesha Prabhu and Govind Prabhu, one of my god brother was a brahmachari. So he was also there, and Maharaj, he said that, why he's doing this, why he's stealing everything. I said, I don't know. I said, oh Maharaj, because I don't give him all this fancy pencil. He said, no, because you are neglecting him and he's creating all this to get attention from you. He's doing all this to get attention from you. You are not giving him attention, you are too absorbed in your own thing, so this is not good. So then he gave an instruction to stop coming to temple. He said, you are no more going to come to temple. He said, this is his word, Premlila Mataji, we are very grateful for all the service you have done, but now you should realize your service has changed. You have to be at home, take care of mother. And this is a very sweet, he said, I know, but I could not take it. And he said, say bye-bye to him, and then if you want, you can come to temple. Oh, that instruction was too much. I will be definitely saying, I cried, but it was not tears, it was blood oozing from my eyes. I was so hurt, so depressed that I will not able to go to temple. And Maharaj said, you are not, you are going to stay back at home. And very next day, I went during darshan, because he took darshan, and from that thing, he went to his room. And I followed him. And I said, Maharaj, please take back that instruction. I'm finding it very difficult. Just let me come to temple, I'll take care of him. Maharaj came to me and he walked away. And he came back and he looked at me. You didn't even follow my instruction for a day. Just follow it. I said, oh my God, that was worse for me. Already I was depressed, now he is more hurt that I didn't follow his instruction. It was but he's so soft-hearted. After a few years, while he's talking to his god brothers, I was just telling that Maharaj is so concerned for children. And I think it was Tamal Krishna Goswami was sitting. And I was just telling, Maharaj is so concerned for the children that he always sees that we are taking care of our children. And once he did this to me, he told me to stop coming. And then Maharaj just telling, which spiritual master will advise his disciple not to come to temple? But I said, Maharaj, you did this for my good, Today I have such a wonderful relation with Madhav, because Madhav had grown up. And it really helped. Why I was telling, because I remember Radhesham Prabhu saying that following Guru's instruction is very helpful in our life. If we want to progress, then we really need to follow his instruction. Once I asked him, I said, I just get very bewildered, what instruction of yours I should follow, this, that, so many. Then he just gave me 3 instructions. He said, always remember Krishna, never forget Krishna. And the second one is a very tough one, but he said, keep others' desires first and yours last. And the third one, I forgot, just slipped out of my mind.
It's okay.
I think I did. Third one was, always follow the instruction of your spiritual master. He's saying it can be delayed, but try to follow the instruction of your spiritual master. So the 3 instructions he has given, and I really felt is very, very helpful. Even if you follow these 3 instructions, I think we can make lots of advancement in our spiritual life. This is just talk about the obedience, okay? How he wants us to be little obedient. Two more incident. Once he was talking about, how the girls should be trained. So then Maharaj said something very nice. He said the girl, he didn't say they have to be, of course that is also humble, but he said they should be obedient. There should be a quality of obedience in all of us, whether we are a girl or a boy. Because obedience means we may not agree with the other person's point, but we cooperate when we are very obedient to in others' instruction. So he said one thing very nice. He said, we should teach the girls to be very obedient to their parents. He said, if they are not obedient to the parents, they will not be obedient to their husband. If they are not obedient to the husband, they will never be obedient to their spiritual master. I said, wow. In this connection, I also remember one, Adhikesha Prabhu's nature is totally different than mine. He likes to be in one place and sit in and just enjoy. He doesn't like to travel. Not that I want to travel everywhere. But I like to go sometime here, there to Vrindavan. Not only when Gurudev takes for yatra, I would like to visit otherwise. So then Jhulan Yatra in Gopinath, I don't know where been in Gopinath. During Jhulan Yatra is a craze in Gopinath. Everybody makes a group and goes to Vrindavan because Jhulan time is very beautiful time in Vrindavan. No, I was not, because every time he felt that we have service to do, I think we should be more staying back and doing service than to travel like this. He had his view. And which I didn't agree in my heart. I really didn't agree. I said, so what? Once in a way we can go to Jhulan Yatra. So he was saying no. And I was very sad. And that happens to be Maharaj came that time. I was just standing near the step and just folding my hands and looking at him. And he went ahead and he came back. You want to say something? I said, Maharaj, can you give me permission? I want to go for Jhulan Yatra. Maharaj said, what did Adhikesha Prabhu say? I said, Maharaj, he is not in favor of it. He says that I should stay back and do my service. So Maharaj said, Premlila, sometimes you should follow your husband, what he says. And I was really hurt, Because I've been following, but only this time I wanted, but he felt. But there's a better thing, what? It's not like that. Then after 2 days he met Adhikesha Prabhu and he asked Adhikesha Prabhu, you're such a lazy person. You don't like to travel, right? Because he doesn't like to travel and Maharaj knows about him that he doesn't. You're such a lazy person. You don't like to travel. He said, you should learn to travel. And he was balancing both of us, He came and told me, Maharaj said like this to me. Then I was so happy that Maharaj also told him, corrected him, not me alone.
So I will speak something and then I would like her to speak on this divorce subject. So I once asked Maharaj, there is a statement in English that not forgotten is not forgiven. So he said, no, that's not true. You can forgive, but it is not necessary that you have to forget. That's a very wrong thing. So you may still remember, and that can make you a little more vigilant, but from your heart you have forgiven. Correct? So now, Premlila, you can speak about what is in our whatever culture, what is divorce? What is the role of divorce according to?
Oh, yeah. This happened to, once I asked him, because I saw one of my god sisters really suffering in a marriage, Of course, it was mental, not any physical, it was a mental issue. So I asked him, Maharaj, I know you are not in favor of divorce, but according to you, when should be the divorce? When we should think about divorce? He said, you should try your best to do everything to save a marriage. Never think of a divorce until it's not dangerous to your life or you're getting physically abused, then you can consider that where is a danger to the girl's life. He said you can consider going away from that marriage. Maharaj is very particular about, not going for divorce. I remember one of my god sister, her husband was a very nice person and Maharaj had also met him. And he was not becoming a devotee and she's already a very nice devotee, traveling from distance, coming for Mangalarti, very far she used to stay. With her 2 kids, she would come for Mangalarti, she'll attend Bhagavatam, do her seva, then go back. It was, everybody appreciated. You know what, in our culture, we see outward and we appreciate everybody. But Maharaj had a different view to these things. And Maharaj, she was planning to divorce her husband. And Maharaj came to know. Maharaj just advised her, don't do that. Stay back with your husband. Your husband is a nice man. He may not be devotee, but he's a nice man. Be with him. Don't take a divorce. Prabhu, I'm not talking about that, but just get to know after that what happened to her. She's so miserable because she went away because of this nature. She went away from devotees. She went to far off places, London. Children are somewhere else suffering. She's somewhere else alone. And and Maharaj had said very thing. He saying, there's only one husband is torturing you, but if you leave one husband, there will be another 10 ready for you. You understand? When Matajis are single, this is going to happen with us when we are single. When the men know that we are single, they try to allure us with their behavior so that we can get attracted. So Maharaj said, there is only one husband who is troubling you, but if you come out of this marriage, there will be another time ready for you. So you should always be careful about it, that Maharaj is not favor of divorce at all. There was one Sachinandan Maharaj's disciple married to Gurudev's disciple. And Sachinandan Maharaj once told me, he said, Radhanath Swami doesn't like to work on divorce, right? I said, no Maharaj, he doesn't want marriage to go on divorce. He always want to, work on the marriage. So he said, yeah, he's so different, he's so traditional. I said, yes, he's very more traditional than his own disciple. We are not so. We think to fight and go for divorce, but he's the one person who always, he doesn't encourage divorce, but he always try to, so that we should cooperatively work with each other in our marriage and work on it.
Should we make it humorous, something?
What is it? Yeah.
It's becoming too grave and all. I want to make it little light. And here Radhe Shyam Prabhu is involved in this. Radhe Shyam Prabhu wants. Of course, Maharaj would not publicly take his disciple's name unless he obviously really loves him. And he can utilize him to, send a message strong. So once it so happened in Radha Gopinath Mandir Sunday class, of course, Radhe Shyam Prabhu was present. So this, the Leela it was going on is about this Atma. It's amazing, Bhagavad Gita, people hear but still they man, but the Atma is amazing, It is there in us, it is there in the elephant body, it is there in, but the same Atma, how it has this misconception, misidentification, it's something very amazing. So just to convey this point, he said, just like Radhe Shyam Prabhu, he start thinking that he is Prem Lila. Now Radhe Shyam Prabhu is a brahmachari. But physically, of course, he is short and Prem Lila, I don't have to describe. So he said that, how can this pure Atma can be, thinking like this. That was the point to be made. So if everyone laughed, you people, no one laughed here.
No, the way he said.
So it was a big, like a joke, everyone laughing because people knew Radhe Shyam Prabhu is a personality who is physically, in a short, and Prem Lila is and to think about, he is thinking that he is Prem Lila and he is acting like Prem Lila. Is it possible? It's complete. So this is how the Atma, which is really pure and is identifying with this something material, it can't even, how is it? How it has forgotten? So this is what, do you, Radhe Shyam, remember? So now he said that, now don't forget that I am also involved in this, no? I am her husband. How can Maharaj speak like this about my wife?
Because he knows you are okay about it.
So after the class, somewhere down he came to me, Adikesho, did I offend you? So I said, no Maharaj, I was really thrilled. Oh, you are really thrilled? Then I had no problem. So now what I want to say is, after saying that, he did it, but then he was thinking about me. That whether I was hurt, that my wife has, how can it be? But anyway, Maharaj used Radhe Shyam, so you can understand what is his relationship with Radhe Shyam Prabhu.
Maharaj is very particular that we should take care of our children. Like I just gave an example in my own life, and once what happened, he is very against beating and thrashing children, and I used to do that, and my son was very small. And one day Maharaj called us and he just generally was talking then about us, then Mother, what is he doing? Mother was a quite, I think was 6 or 7 year old. So then Adhikeshwar Prabhu just actually slipped out from his mouth. He said, Maharaj, but Premlila beats Mother. So Maharaj got very grave. He said, you beat him? How can you do that? You beat a 7-year-old child. I became so grave. I said, my God, finish. Now this will be too much for me. I didn't know what to say. But then he said something very nice. He's saying, you should not beat the children. He's saying, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had a most beautiful wife and a very sweet mother. Still Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left his house, but he left for doing something good, something better for the world. He said, if you keep beating Mother, one day Mother will also leave you and go, but it will not be for higher purpose. You can understand what he meant by that. He's saying, even your child will leave and go, but don't think it's going for higher purpose. They will be so hurt by us because the way we have treated them, that they'll go physically, no, mentally away from us, and we cannot have a very good relationship. He was very particular about this, that we should have a good relationship. Once it happened, he saw in the temple one mother thrashing a son. And then he called me and he said, if I see this again, I don't want this woman to come to this temple again. And this was very thing. Imagine, and she's supposed to be my good friend. I didn't tell her, Maharaj told you not to come to the temple if you beat him. But I just told her, Maharaj is very upset. Don't beat, don't beat. And he's very particular that we should not hit the children or try to, make them little small. How many mothers do that? As soon as you see somebody and you say, hey, tell my son, my son doesn't chant, doesn't study. It's the nature of a mother, We see anybody, we complain about them in front of them. And I also did the same thing once. I told Maharaj that, Maharaj, Madhav is not studying. And Maharaj didn't like it that I was in front of Maharaj, I was trying to make him little small, that this fellow doesn't listen, doesn't study. So he's telling Mother, don't worry, even I am a school dropout. God. And that was too much for me. I said, if Mother understands that he's a dropout, I hope Mother also doesn't drop from the school. I had that fear. But I kept quiet. Then after he went, and then he told, Prem Lila, when you see them, this material knowledge can be forced upon somebody, whether it's education, studies. But the spiritual knowledge, it's inborn. He said, if you see any spiritually inclined person, just fan that spark of, in that desire in them. Because it's very important that we support and encourage the spiritual activity so that they take up to spiritual life. And material thing, you can be forced, it can be taught, it's not a great thing. So this is how important it is, that we should encourage our children to be devotees. Of course, that not neglecting their studies. But also he was very particular, no beating, no demeaning, not making them feel small. It's very important.
Yeah, but there is also saying that spare the rod and spoil the child. So discipline is needed. So, but he has his very different way of once I went, Maharaj, I complained about my son that, Maharaj, he is now into this type of, he's doing. So he looked at me. At that age, what were you doing? I didn't have an answer. So I got the message, It's not, we always try to judge and don't judge ourselves. So one thing very nice he said about related to this, if children are disciplined too much, very strict, very rigid, they will lose hopes. For everything if we say no, lose hopes. I hope children are not listening this. But at the same time, if you pamper too much, that means whatever they ask for and they easily get it. And the nature of this world is, when they grow up, you will not get what you want. And if they are pampered, they will be very miserable when they grow up. So there is a scope that they should not be pampered. Same time, it's not that you spare the rod. Spare the rod means there has to be some discipline. So this was the balance he very much wanted for raising children. Just one another thing.
Yeah, just one thing. About
Before
same
it
thing,
gets
Madhav. This is very nice. I hope you're able to pick up as soon as I say, because it took me many years to understand. So I remember, like how it was. Then he was asking about again, Madhav, what is happening. Madhav is becoming a teenager. It's very natural for them to get attracted to the girl. So Maharaj asked me, what is happening, Madhav? I said, Maharaj, he started getting attracted to the girls. And Maharaj said, wow, that's a good news. It is not the other way around. I said, what is other way around? I didn't know. I swear it took me some days. What do you mean by other way around? I didn't know this is all gay system. I didn't know. He was more aware because, from US, all this. India, it was not so much awareness was there. And he said, wow, that is a good news. It's not the other way around. And today I say, wow, it's really a good news that it's not the other way around. It's better to be attracted to the opposite than to be the same sex.
Yeah, I think this should be the last because we have
time.
So just one last thing which has got a very profound message for all, both for the young and for those who are old seniors, especially. So when I started going to the temple, obviously I was young and we used to dance and we had all the energy. But very soon, because of Radhesham Prabhu and Gaurang Prabhu's mercy, young people started coming. Because there was so much college preaching. And these young boys, when they dance, we elderly people had no scope to go in front because so much, So I became little disappointed. And Maharaj, nowadays, so young people, see, look at their energy, the way they're dancing. He looked at me and said that, why are you worrying? These young people are very soon going to become old. Now listen to the next part, which is very instructive. But if you don't become serious in Krishna consciousness, you are very soon going to become young. So I think, Prabhu, this will just go on. But our whole purpose was, thank you very much, that these are the things which we had an opportunity. Please don't see as we are very fortunate people or we are very blessed people or we had that physical association. Please, that opportunity of developing relationship with your Guru is there with each and every one, which Radhesham Prabhu very eloquently brought out in his presentation about what Vapu is needed. No doubt Vapu is needed, but the Vapu is meant to inspire you to go and take shelter of Vani. So those who take shelter of Vani, and in our history you see that Iskcon history, you have several cases which includes His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj also. What type of association he had with spiritual master? Hardly. But when he speaks about Prabhupada, do you have any, how does he speak about Prabhupada? It appears as if he has spent time with him. So your relationship grows up not because of physical proximity, rather there is a danger of being very close to your spiritual master. You start seeing faults. So it's better, I'm repeating, oh, you had all these things and now you are telling us that, you people don't, so be happy with whatever you know. So because this is not going to happen, logical, it's not going to happen. So this is one thing which I very strongly, so wherever you are, your relationship with your spiritual master is not because of proximity. You become very close, to a degree you surrender to his instruction. So this is what there was, yeah. Yes, Prabhu. So thank you. I just one thing, Radhesham Prabhu is very much striking. I should speak about. This is about his quality. I will tell you just one shot. My heart says that no, I have to speak about it. He already spoke about relationship with Prabhupada. You all know it, right? How he speaks about, no? Suddenly brings out Prabhupada when we are not expecting. Prabhupada is not here. But in his heart, Prabhupada is constantly. I'll keep it very short. There was a conference, very well, and I was in the department where my boss was organizing secretary. So he told me, oh, you are in Iskcon, get me a spiritual speaker. So I went, got Devamrit Prabhu was the president. So we told, and the invitation card came just before. It was in a 5-star hotel. Everything looked very nice, very esteemed speakers, some famous film star and very famous doctor, and this was about AIDS, prevention of AIDS. So Maharaj saw the card, he said, I am not welcome here. But I have arranged it and my boss had to answer. I went to Devamrita Prabhu, Maharaj is refusing to come. He doesn't want to be come, and everything is set. So Devamrita Prabhu went, that time president today, of course, Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj. So he, seeing my desperation, he said, Maharaj, I think we should go. And he came. And he went, he was sitting on the dais, and there are many people. I don't want to mention their names, and one person asked a question about that. You organize religion people, what are you people doing it? And Maharaj was answering, but there was another person sitting, and he was a gay activist. And he was just foolishly, he threw up, Arey, we know Krishna, and we want Krishna, and stupid. So that time I got it that's why he was not willing to come here. And then he saw me that, I was begging to the organizers that you have called him, give him a chance to speak. So I was. So that didn't happen. So this was all a very offensive type of, from my side, to taking him to make them talk. So after that event, so we came back, he was very upset, he kept quiet, and Krishnanand Prabhu, Kardama Muni, those days his name, he said, this is a big offense, you should go and seek forgiveness. I went, I said, sorry. So that time he said that, all those people who had come, there was only one person who really had some feelings for the problem. Others were just speaking for the sake. So I was wondering that how is he watching all these things? And then, again, Maharaj, I think it was not proper for you to be there. So he said something which I didn't expect. He said, Prabhupada wouldn't have liked it. So he spoke like this as if Prabhupada was sitting in the next room somewhere, So that time I realized that whenever there is honor for him, to whom is the honor? And whenever there is any disrespect, whom is the disrespect? To also Prabhupada. So he was keeping Prabhupada in mind about that disrespect. So that is why he is very particular about Iskcon's reputation, Srila Prabhupada's name, that no one's problem is bigger than Srila Prabhupada's reputation. It should not happen. So that is what I learned from that one episode. Hare Krishna, thank you very much. And please, so on this day, just to conclude, just few days back, he was just talking about the whole Radha Gopinath Mandir, how it just evolved. He said, what did I do? I was just engaging people in hearing and chanting and festivals and yatras and home programs, and all these things happened just doing that. So his point was, it's very important that each one of us should be very serious about our sadhana. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
More pastimes they can come back. I'm hearing more pastimes. Yes.
So sorry for...
Hare Krishna.
He will announce about your further program. Further program, beautiful. Nectaring, and he is going to tell them that if they want to hear further, they can come to the other program.
Yes.
They are going to announce it.
Let us thank Her Grace Prem Lila Mataji and His Grace Adikeshwar Prabhu for coming here and showing us so many nice pastimes with Maharaj with 3 loud and enthusiastic Haribol! If you all think you're not satisfied, you can tell loud Haribol. If you all think you want to hear more, one more loud Haribol. Okay, so we have 3 other programs, actually 4 programs lined up from tomorrow and day after. So you're all invited for that, but they are happening on the other side of the city, near the Gachibowli area. So tomorrow morning in Aparna communities in Chandanagar, there is a program of Mataji and Prabhuji from 9:30 to 12:30. You're most invited to come. You can, it's Chandanagar, Aparna Lake Breeze. Aparna, lake, and there is breeze. You can remember this. Okay. So there it is happening from 9:30 to 9:30 to 12. Yeah, and it's being organized by Dasaraj Prabhu and Praveen Rathore Prabhu. They are two congregation leaders who are preaching in that community. It's a big hall, but we know how we can fit many into the hall even if it's small. So don't worry, you all can come. Just send a message if you are coming. If you know my number or my wife's number or any devotee's number, just pass on so that we know the count for the prasadam. We're not planning to announce this way, but still if you want to. So it's 9:30 to 12:30. And there is a program specifically. Now this is something that Premlila Mataji herself told that she wants to do. Is she wants to talk to all the unmarried Matajis who are going to enter Grahastha Ashram. So this is going to happen in Bhakti Center, Gachibowli, which is in Majid Banda. You can send your daughters, sisters, anybody, or if yourself you want to join. It is from 2:30 to 4:30. 2:30 to 4:30 in Bhakti Center, Gachibowli. You can Google it, you'll find it. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow. Right, so tomorrow 3 programs. So morning is Aparna Lake Breeze from 9:30 to 12:30, that's for congregation. And you can hear many, many more pastimes and many experiences, realizations, especially for Grahasthas. And tomorrow afternoon is for Matajis, young unmarried Matajis who are preparing themselves for marriage. And tomorrow evening is the Sunday feast that we always have in Bhakti Center. That is also for Grahasthas. So you can come from 5:30 to 8:30. It will be 3 hours long and you can nicely hear many, 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 many more pastimes. And Bhakti Center can fit, I think, 500 people. Yeah. We tried, stress tested till 400. We can see how much it can go. So tomorrow we can break the record. So if you all can come, please come. Let us know by some way. You can tell, one thing you can do, you have your congregation leaders here. You all belong to some congregation. Why don't you tell the number to them and they will pass it on to me. Is that okay? If you all heard it, say loud Haribol. Haribol. And day after tomorrow, Monday, there is a Sakhi Sangha. There is a Sakhi Sangha by Namrata Mataji and Karuna Radhika Mataji. They are the leaders here and they all organize Sakhi Sangha in different parts of the city. And tomorrow, it's going to day after tomorrow, Monday, it's going to happen from what time to what time? 10 to 12:30. Yeah, 10 to 12:30. This is for Matajis again. So you all can come. Whoever wants to come, Sakhi Sangha, you can contact Namrata Mataji. I can't see her, but yeah, Mataji is here. Yeah, and Karunaradhika Mataji and whoever else is leading this initiative. So this is also happening in Bhakti Center on Monday. Okay, from 10:30 to 12:30. Please, through your congregation leaders, send the message so we know how many are coming. And parallelly, while Mataji is giving Sakhi Sangha class, we are planning to take Prabhuji, Adikeshwar Prabhu. Prabhujis only. We also need Prabhujis only, right? We need, all Mataji. So we are taking Prabhuji to Statue of Equality. And if any of the Prabhujis want to join, you can come there around 10 o'clock and be directly on Monday morning. I know it's a working day, but you know how to write leave letters. So you can plan to come on Monday morning if you want to come. We can have a nice yatra around Statue of Equality and maybe hear from Prabhuji, for Prabhujis only, in Statue of Equality. Sorry I took more time than 1 minute. Sorry, Madan Kumar. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Now let us thank His Grace Adikeshwar Mataji for their wonderful inspirational talk, which makes all us enlivening. Haribol, Haribol, Haribol. Now request His Grace Bharata Krishna Prabhu kindly come and inspire us with your offering to His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshtarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan Shri Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadraman Shri Shri Gaur Nitai Ki Jai 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 Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhaktivinoda Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Krupatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Deenataharinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for calling me over. Personally, I really don't think I have any qualification to sit where I am sitting and speak about His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. But I am doing that because it's an order given by Radhesham Prabhu, and so out of respect for him, I'll try and speak something. So on November 7th, 2024, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj met His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj in Mayapur. I'll just speak a few words about their transcendental meeting, because in a very unique and strange way it brings out I can't say great qualities. Great is a very underwhelming word. Extraordinary qualities of these two great giants of the movement right now in the world, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj and His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. So His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj goes up to meet, and then he explains that very sweetly and very lovingly he tells his Jayapataka Maharaj that we are very grateful to you that in spite of your ill health, etc., you came and addressed our gathering 3 times. Then His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj says, I wanted to come another time, but I was sick. I had a fever. I feel very bad that I could not come. And then Radhanath Swami says that, no, we are fortunate for you to, we are fortunate that we had your pure association. And we are very grateful. And then Jayapataka Maharaj asks him, how did you like the yatra so far? And then he says that the devotees in Mayapur took care of us so well, everything was so wonderful. And I'm very grateful to you that your large-hearted hospitality we could see at practically every moment, every second that we have stayed here. And then, in the course of the conversation, both of them mention, Radhanath Swami mentions that you spoke about Lord Nityananda, how the dacoits wanted to steal the ornaments from Lord Nityananda. And then Jayapataka Maharaj tells him that, yeah, they actually wanted to take the ornaments and jewels from Nityananda. And they didn't want his mercy, in the sense that they didn't realize that it's the mercy of Lord Nityananda which is much more powerful, much more valuable, much more precious than those little jewels that he was wearing. So Jayapataka Maharaj said that it's a tragedy, or it's sad that they wanted the jewels and they were missing out on the mercy that Nityananda could have given them. And then Jayapataka Maharaj says that, Radhanath Maharaj says that, you also said that how Lord Nityananda said, it was Jayapataka Maharaj who said how Nityananda was ready to forgive them if they didn't repeat the same mistake again. So like that they are talking, and it's getting sweeter and sweeter by the minute. And then finally, after a fairly long conversation, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, His Holiness Radhanath Swami tells, I'll quote verbatim what Radhanath Swami says. He says that, Jayapataka Maharaj says, thank you for your association. And Guru Maharaj, Jayapataka Maharaj said, today I'm feeling weak, my voice is not so strong. Thank you for your association. And Radhanath Maharaj replies saying, I want to thank you, Maharaj. Thank you very much for your association. Thank you for giving us the pure culture of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's parampara, for giving us so much faith and enthusiasm to surrender to Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Your words, your examples are the foundation for all the devotees in our movement. We are forever grateful to you for that, Maharaj. And then he says, we are praying and praying and praying with all our hearts for your good health and for your mercy. Well, Premlila Mataji and Adikeshu Prabhu primarily spoke about interactions between disciples and Radhanath Swami Maharaj as their guru, but I'm just focusing on another transcendentally sweet nectarian pastime, nectarian dimension, how they interact with one another, how much love and how much respect and what kind of etiquette and culture they are displaying in talking to each other. And then Radhanath Swami Maharaj says, okay, maybe I should leave. I don't want to tire him out today. And then it doesn't happen, he doesn't leave. Then the topic switches. Then the topic goes to preaching in Bangladesh. And then before that, they talk about what's the situation in the world. Then when they talk about what's the situation, Radhanath Maharaj says, is there any hope other than practicing and following Krishna consciousness to the people of this world now? Japatak Maharaj appreciates him and he says then Radhanath Maharaj says that it is our bounden duty to see Lord Chaitanya came to give this Krishna consciousness. It's our duty to assist him and take this far and wide. And then he says, nobody is doing it like you're doing it now. He tells this to Japatak Maharaj. Nobody's doing it like how you're doing it now. So you can see that the sweetness of their interaction, how much they really genuinely loved one another, how respected one another. And then they're talking about the padukas that Japatak Maharaj wants to install all over the country, wherever Lord Chaitanya visited. And then slowly the topic drifts to Juhu temple. There, when padukas were there, Japatak Maharaj was there, and Radhanath Swami, Giriraj Swami, Gopal Krishna Maharaj, all of them did Abhishek for the padukas. And Radhanath Swami very sadly reflects and says, that was the last time I had a physical meeting with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami. That was my last physical interaction with Gopal Krishna Goswami. You know, you can feel and sense his sadness at that, you know, how it stays. And then they move on to talking about that Pune Yatra. That is actually for all disciples of Japatak Maharaj, it is always a curiosity as to what happened on the other side. We all know that he was stuck in the hospital bed and he was in the ICU. And then suddenly out of the blue, he had Radhanath Swami called him and they both had a conversation. And both of them are together and talking about it. So we got both sides of the story, and which is so sweet and transcendental. So the servants of Guru Maharaj reminds him that, do you remember? Then Japatak Maharaj, of course I remember. That was my first preaching engagement after I got the stroke in 2008. I went to the Pune festival. Then Japatak Maharaj recollects and he says that I was still in the, like that, and Radhanath Swami called me, and both of them are standing, they're sitting facing each other. Radhanath Swami called me, and then he said, he invited me to come to the Pune Yatra. And then Radhanath Swami says, yeah, I invited you more out of etiquette, more out of showing my love for you, showing my affection, showing my gratitude, showing my, appreciation, and just to make you feel good. That's why I invited you. Then I never thought you'd take it so seriously. So the next day when the doctors come, most of them are Radhanath Swami's disciples, and then the doctors come, Guru Maharaj says, I want to go to Pune. When is the Pune festival? So I want to go to Pune. Then they say, where did this come from? Suddenly. So then he says, no, yesterday I had a conversation with Radhanath Swami and he's invited me to come to Pune for the Pune festival. Then they can't believe it. They say, you can't go, not in this state, you're in the ICU. What will happen to you? we have been entrusted to take care of you by Radhanath Swami, so please, we can't let this happen. Then Japataka Maharaj told them that, no, your guru invited me. How can you say you won't let me go? What kind of disciples are you? What have you learnt? What kind of disciples are you? Then both of them are conversing and filling in the details. Radhanath Swami laughs when Japataka Maharaj said that. And he said, I got a call that night from all these doctors and they panicked. They're saying, why did you give this invitation to him? No, he's latched on to it and he's saying, I want to go to Pune. Radhanath Swami has invited me and then he's criticizing, saying, what kind of disciples are you? You're not letting me go. So they asked Radhanath Swami, Maharaj, I think you should please withdraw your invitation. Then Maharaj says, what do you mean by that? How can I withdraw? I mean, it's not like, you're on the Facebook, you block him or uninvite, something like that. So what do you mean? They said, no, you have to tell him officially, you should communicate to him, said you're not inviting him, you're not calling him anymore. Then Radhanath Swami says, I can't do that. If I do that, I'll become a lizard in my next life. So then they're wondering what to do, how to deal with this. And then again the next day, again they're having a conversation and then insisting, Guru Maharaj is insisting, make a plan. When is the date? Make a plan, how I should go, etc. Then again they call and then Radhanath Swami suggested, maybe you should talk to the senior most doctor. Apparently that person, I don't know, he was not a devotee. So talk to him, find out. Maybe he'll tell Guru Maharaj not to go. Maybe then that will solve your problem. And they get that bigger doctor, they don't mention the name though. And that big doctor says, he is a born preacher. He is becoming restless because he's not able to preach. We have tied him up here. Actually, I think the best thing for him is to go and preach somewhere. That's what will make him happy. And right now he has to be doing things which will make him happy. And I think it's a very good idea. Whoever invited me, you should thank him. Let him go. Let him go. And then, so the whole plan collapses, and then they call Radhanath Swami and said, this is what happened. So he's demanding that we make arrangements, and they actually make an ambulance, and they take, and Radhanath Swami says, so sweetly, he says, when I realized that he's actually going to come, that's when I prayed to Krishna real hard, please make this trip very safe. So Radhanath Swami says, please, I prayed to Krishna real hard saying, make this trip very, very safe. So then His Holiness Japataka Maharaj goes there and then he speaks, and it turned out to be the last year when they had the Pune Yatra, I was told. I don't know, Radhesham Prabhu has to confirm. No, was that the last time you had the Pune Yatra? Because Radhanath Swami mentions that was the last time we had the Pune Yatra. I guess it happened just to facilitate His Holiness Japataka Maharaj to go there or something like that. So, see, all these events are transcendentally orchestrated, I sincerely believe, orchestrated by the Lord. It's not coincidence, it's not a chance or coincidence, it's orchestrated by the Lord to show the glories. And then he says, Radhanath Swami said, he says, there was not a devotee there. At the end of his class, there was not a devotee there who was not crying in Pune. He said 3, 4, or maybe 5,000 devotees that come there. He says that was one big adventure. And then very cheekily, Radhanath Swami says, after that I've become very careful about whom I invite for which event. They talk like this. So, and then they speak about the Bangladesh preaching. Then one of the servants of Guru Maharaj is saying that originally, first few times when His Holiness went there, there were 2 centers. I don't know which year, maybe 80, 81 or 82, when Japataka Maharaj first went there. And then he said, now there are 126 temples in Bangladesh, full-fledged temples in Bangladesh. Then Radhanath Swami asks, so how many disciples? He says, disciples maybe 40, 50,000. How many followers? He says it runs into millions. Millions of followers there in Bangladesh. Then very affectionately, Guru Maharaj asked, did you... no, he remembers. He said, No, one of the servants asked Radhanath Swami, did you go to Bangladesh? He said, yeah, I went 12 years back when they had the safari with Indradyumna Maharaj or something. And then he mentions what are the different places they went to. And Radhanath Swami again mentions, the people of Bangladesh should be eternally grateful to you for what you've given them. And he says, for the risk that you took, thousands of life risks that you took, thousands of times in going there and preaching. You see, the reason I'm saying this so much is because, both are preachers, both are gurus, both are GBCs, both are very senior people, both are outstandingly successful. But look at the sweetness of their relationship. Somehow, I can't say the same thing about, let's say, the current generation of, me and my compatriots and peers, etc. Somehow we are just not able to. So for us, it's an eye-opener. It's a very humbling and ego-crushing experience to just see them, because each one of us, we tend to, I don't know, maybe somehow we don't, with that sweetness. So Guru Maharaj and Radhanath Swami are just genuinely, lovingly, spontaneously, by the divine orchestration of Krishna, showing how devotees have to, how much sweetness is there in that kind of a relationship. And then finally, when the time actually comes for Radhanath Maharaj to leave, Radhanath Maharaj said that, he says something very, very remarkable. Very, very remarkable. Japataka Maharaj's servant asks, Maharaj, you remember that? You remember this? You remember that? Like that, he asks. And Radhanath Swami says, in my heart, I have an altar. And the memory of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami's visit to Pune is one of the most prominent memory in the altar of my heart. How can anybody, so it's very, very humbling even to be in that kind of an association, even to understand, even to begin to comprehend what does it mean when they love each other, when we say they like each other, love each other, appreciate each other. And then Radhanath Swami mentions another couple of times that these are some of the most important memories I cherish, my interactions with His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj. Recently I was in Vada. My greatest good fortune that I had a chance to walk down with him from where he stays up to that Radha Madan Mohan temple. And he made me sit next to him when the Damodar Kartik Aarti was going. He spoke to me. I don't know how I became fortunate. I still don't, I cannot understand. It's mystical how he did that. But even then, even the time when I was with him, then I mentioned to him that I read this conversation that both of you had. It was sent to me, a transcript of this conversation. And I said, if ever I have an altar in my heart, I don't know how to do one, but if ever I have an altar, on that altar I'll keep this as a model for me. This relationship that you have with your God brothers and and I'll worship it. Then he spoke to me for another 20 minutes about the glories of His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj. And then finally when they decide that enough is enough, and it happens 3-4 times. Radhanath Swami says, all right, I think I should be going. Then again some other topic. Oh, all right, I think I should be going. Then some other topic. And finally Radhanath Swami says, actually, you know what? I came here only for one thing, to tell you how much we are praying for your recovery, health and protection. How much we are praying. And also to place my head at your lotus feet. Then His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj says, I also wish to place my head at your lotus feet. So on that note, Radhanath Maharaj leaves that gathering. Actually, I'm very, very heart struck, I would say, overwhelmed by the sincerity, devotion and dedication all of you are showing in the service to this mission of Srila Prabhupada. I haven't had interactions with many devotees outside. I mean, at least in Hyderabad, I have a very close, personal, one-to-one working relationship with Radheshyam Prabhu, Prem Kirtan, so many Radhanath Swami. I'm very, very grateful to Krishna Madan Mohan for giving me a chance to serve under them, serve with them, watch them, see them. I'm also very grateful to all of you for calling me here. Honestly, I mean, after hearing both of them, I felt ashamed. I was actually nervous. I thought I'm not even qualified to come and sit here and say, but you know, I mean, what is it that we, as a devotee, what is it that we can't learn from them? Everything they do, whatever they speak, whatever their desire, their intention, their plan, their vision, their words, everything is absolutely exemplary. They're not people of this world. They're specially chosen, specially empowered, specially anointed for the divine purpose of expanding the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And as years goes by, when we'll have maybe less and less energy to do, and we have only energy to think or meditate, I guess it is this memory of watching His Holiness Radhanath Swami or Gopal Krishna Maharaj or Jayapataka Maharaj or several other visionary great leaders. This memory of is enough to take us back to Godhead. Even their memory, even just meditating upon their glories is enough to take us back to Godhead. I am very grateful to all of you for calling me here today. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Thank you, His Grace Bharata Krishna Prabhu. Let us give a big Hari Bol for the wonderful inspirational talk again by Bharata Krishna Prabhu. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! We are thankful to His Grace Bharata Krishna Prabhu not only for this inspirational talk, but also he is always continuously guiding us for all things, not even this festival, but for everything. And recently, as Prabhuji was telling, Prabhuji visited to GV and invited His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj to Hyderabad. We hope, we are sure, we don't know, we are really grateful to Prabhuji for that wonderful thing for all of us. Now, we request His Grace Saraswati Prabhu kindly come and read your offering. His Grace Bharata Krishna Prabhu is saying, let us all.
Well, I tried, I went there, I had the opportunity to have darshan of his lotus feet. I spoke to him, I requested him. He heard me, he heard a lot about Hyderabad, he heard about the progress, he asked many probing questions. I was surprised at what different types of questions he asked me. I answered them. And then I, of course, was a little extra selfish. I said, when you come to Bangalore, you should also visit Hyderabad, or when you come to Hyderabad, you should also visit Bangalore. Whichever way you choose, it's up to you, Maharaj. He just laughed. You know his style of laughing, his whole body will shake. So he laughed. So you're leaving the choice to me? He said, yes, Maharaj. So you come to Bangalore, you can go to Hyderabad, or like that, I said. Then he said, towards the end, after I was leaving, he said, it is there as one of the highest priority item in my list after the Mayapur festival. I mean, Mayapur itself. But you know, getting him is easier said than done. Honestly, I request all of you wonderful devotees today, along with all the prayers that you make, this should be a prominent prayer, a sankalpa you should make, that His Holiness Radhanath Swami should come here en route to Bangalore or come to Bangalore en route to Hyderabad. Either way, I mean, that's up to you. But he should come. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Meanwhile, His Grace Saraswati Prabhu read his offering. We request His Grace Vishnu Prabhu kindly be ready for his offering.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. So, as we hear from devotees, the importance of serving Vapu, we also hear that how the service of Vani is even more important. So as Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur mentions, that don't try to see Krishna, but try to serve Krishna in such a way that he sees you. So once His Grace Radheshyam Prabhu was telling in one lecture, similarly that don't try to see Guru, but try to serve Guru in such a way that he sees you. So I have seen in some, once Radheshyam Prabhu was mentioning, and also personally I have witnessed. So Radheshyam Prabhu was telling that one devotee was so nicely preaching, and Radheshyam Prabhu was telling about that to Maharaj. So generally we see that we like to be seen by Maharaj and get embrace of Maharaj or smile at us. So when Radheshyam Prabhu mentioned that, so Maharaj was telling that, who is that devotee? No, I want to meet him. So when he heard from Radheshyam Prabhu that how nicely the devotee was rendering services. So we can understand from this that how if you sincerely serve Guru, then definitely Guru will be pleased and he want to bless us. So, so one very important way of pleasing Maharaj is by pleasing the authorities, the way they want to serve us. So that way definitely Maharaj will be pleased. And another thing I heard and I saw also, that if we serve his God brothers, Maharaj is very, very pleased. So in 2006, I personally witnessed this, that in Tirupati temple DT installation program, temple opening. So Maharaj was walking to Tirumala hills and he was actually running and all devotees were after him. So but some Prabhupada disciples were quite old and they were very slowly walking. So there was practically no one with them to serve. But one devotee saw that some of the Prabhupada disciples were actually struggling. They had some luggage also. So this devotee started taking their luggage and serving them all the way until they reached the hill top. So meanwhile all other devotees had darshan and they came back also. So Maharaj also came back from darshan and Prabhupada disciples came back, came onto the top of the hill. So that time they all told Maharaj that this particular devotee actually served us all the way, slowly walking with us, not being with you, but he was serving us water, prasadam, carrying our luggage. So Maharaj was so pleased that he embraced that devotee and kissed him on the forehead. And he said that your life is perfect now. The devotee didn't have sleep for 3 nights. Just remembering Maharaj and his mercy on him. So we can see that how Maharaj is pleased when we serve the authorities and serve his God brothers in the mode of servant of servant. Also, one devotee was again asking Maharaj that, Maharaj, please give me some personal instructions. So Maharaj was telling that please come to Sunday Bhagavatam class. So again he was telling that, Maharaj, but I want some personal instructions. So Maharaj again tells that please come for Sunday Bhagavatam class. So Maharaj told him that every devotee should take the class as personal instructions. So we see that actually with this very important statement by His Holiness Satsvarup Maharaj that the spiritual master is in his instructions and the follower is also always with him. So actually one very important thing we should always remember, that when we want to receive the mercy or embrace of Maharaj, but actually when we embrace the instructions in our heart, very sincerely. Actually, we are always in the embrace of Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Saraswati Prabhu. We request Vishnu Prabhu kindly come forward and read your offering. Out of interest of time, we request devotees to kindly concise your offering within 3 to 5 minutes and offer obeisances to Maharaj before you come over here.
Hare Krishna. So, in front of so many senior glorious Vaishnavas sitting here, I feel very much insignificant to give an offering to Maharaj. Just as a service, I would like to offer. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. So, recently, some devotees of us, some of us, we were at Govardhan Eco Village for the GBC college program, leadership program, and we got so much immense association of yours. We really felt blessed. One of the participants in the program was sharing with us, sharing that generally Maharaj, around Maharaj, so many devotees will be there. But here we got so much close association. So I was feeling that after attending many leadership sessions there, I was feeling that all those trainings which were being taught to us were already taught to us in your classes, where you gave so much importance and emphasis on strict and serious sadhana, Vaishnava relationship, Vaishnava seva, and dedication to Srila Prabhupada's mission. When we heard about principles of community building, and we saw, and I was feeling that the community of Shri Radha Gopinath temple and the community which is coming up in Govardhan Eco Village, this is an ideal where we see that all those principles is being applied, and how these communities are very closely surrounded under Srila Prabhupada's instructions. All those examples, all those principles where all the devotees in the community also should replicate, we can see in these communities. In one of the question answer session which we had when we were in Vada, you were there present. So many leaders were asking so many very vital questions which they felt that you could give answer. And you made it very simple. You told that just like in a joint family, we have so many seniors. So many of our seniors are there, which can be always asked. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada has created a joint family of Vaishnavas, where we can seek guidance from so many other devotees. In multiple questions, you gave this simple answer, that you can ask and take shelter of other senior Vaishnavas also, and your concerns will be addressed. One day, while I was going to Shri Radha Madan Mohan temple in Govardhan Eco Village, I was standing on the road, and you came, and I was standing, you were coming, and you embraced for a long time, and after that you asked, "Are you happy?" And I was stuck. I was not able to speak anything. And later on I was reflecting that how much concern you have for me, and also you were also telling me that on your behalf how much I should be careful in taking care of devotees with whom I am serving. Your love for your God brothers is such an example for all of us, that how much we should give importance to relationships in our life. You would spend hours of time with your God brothers, shows us that your love for Srila Prabhupada. in GBC meeting in 2015, I was fortunate to serve there in Govardhan Eco Village. That time, I saw that you were staying in one of the room, and His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj was uncertain to come, so there was no room allotted to him. But when you got to know Gopal Krishna Maharaj was coming, and there was no room in whole Govardhan Eco Village, so you yourself emptied your own room, and shifted to a smaller room where you have to use a common bathroom. And immediately you told the devotees that they should shift your luggage and they should give this room to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. So when we saw that, heard that, we were so much touched, seeing that your respect to all your senior godbrothers. One amazing incident I came to know when I was in Vada. There is a Vaishnava memorial in Vada where all the Vaishnavas who are departed, their photos are kept. So one of the devotee, initially all the photos were kept just like this. But one of the devotees said that generally those who are senior disciples, they should be on the top, and those who are later, they should be below. So Maharaj has also kept photos of disciples of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur also. There are disciples, proper disciples, and there are disciples of Srila Prabhupada disciples also. So then, when Maharaj got to know that some devotee told that it is not arranged properly, so Maharaj came there, and he personally arranged the whole memorial photos, and he arranged in such a way that all the Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's disciples, they are there on the top, then Srila Prabhupada disciples, and then disciples of Srila Prabhupada disciples. And the devotee who was standing there, he was amazed that Maharaj knew everyone. Maharaj knew who is whose disciple, and there were some disciples of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's disciples also, there were some disciples. Maharaj knew everyone. So, and Maharaj told that this is the most important place in the whole Govardhan Eco Village. And I understood that for you, devotees are most important. So, I am a very insincere disciple of yours. For me, it will take lifetime to actually be called as your disciple. But you and your disciples have kindly kept me at their lotus feet. So today, on this day, I sincerely beg at your lotus feet to give me strength to practice bhakti more seriously, having Vaishnava relationships with devotees, and serve in Srila Prabhupada's mission till the end of my life. Hare Krishna. Your servant Vishnu Prasad.
Thank you, Vishnu Prabhu, for reading your offering. Now we request His Grace Narasimha Prabhu kindly come forward, read your offerings. Meanwhile, His Grace Prem Kirtan Prabhu, be ready for your offering.
హరే కృష్ణ. ప్రియమైన గురు మహారాజ్ గారికి, శ్రీ శ్రీ రాధా మదన్మోహన్లకు జయము, ప్రభుపాల వారికి, వైష్ణవులందరికీ కూడా జయం. మహారాజ్ అందరి పట్ల కూడా సమభావం కలిగి ఉంటారు. అంటే అందరినీ ఆదరణతో చూస్తారు. అందానికి ఉదాహరణ, మరి ఎలాంటి అర్హత లేనటువంటి నాకు కూడా హరినామ దీక్ష ఇచ్చి నరసింహ స్తుతిని చేసేవాళ్ళకి సేవకునిగా నాకు నామకరణం చేశారు. చాలా కృతజ్ఞతలు అందుకు. వారి ప్రేమ విశ్వజననీయమైనది. అంటే అందరికీ, అంటే తరతమ భేదాలు లేకుండా ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా విస్తరించగలిగేటటువంటి ప్రేమ. సో వాళ్ళు అంతేకాకుండా వైష్ణవులకు, ముఖ్యంగా వారి శిష్యులకే కాదు వైష్ణవులందరికీ కూడా గృహస్థ ఆశ్రమంలో అనేకమైనటువంటి సమస్యలు వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. ఆ సమస్యలకు ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఎంతవరకు వచ్చాయంటే ఆ బ్రేకప్, అంటే ఫ్యామిలీ రిలేషన్షిప్పే బ్రేక్ అయ్యేటువంటి పరిస్థితి వస్తే అప్పుడు వాళ్ళని ఆ సమస్యలు పరిష్కరించడం కోసం పరిణతి చెందిన మెచ్యూర్డ్ పర్సన్స్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ ద్వారా వాళ్ళని మరలా కంటిన్యూ, అంటే ఫ్యామిలీ లైఫ్లో కంటిన్యూ చేస్తూ భక్తిలో కొనసాగేటట్లుగా ఏర్పాట్లు చేశారు మహారాజ్ గారు కౌన్సిలింగ్ సిస్టమ్ ద్వారా. అలాగే వారి యొక్క ప్రసంగాలు అంటే యాత్రలో కానీ మరి ఎక్కడైనా కానీ ప్రసంగాలు గంగాధార వలె, గంగా ఎలా ఏ విధంగా అయితే పవిత్రీకరణ చేస్తుందో అదేవిధంగా వారి యొక్క ప్రసంగాలు కూడా ప్రతి శ్రోతని కూడా పవిత్రీకరణం చేస్తాయి. సాధన విషయంలో రాజీ పడకూడదు, ఉదాసీనత పనికిరాదు అనే విషయాలను మరి యాత్రలో, మాయాపూర్ యాత్రలో కానీ వేరే యాత్రలో కూడా ఆయన మహారాజ్ గారు స్వయంగా ఆచరించి చూపుతారు. మార్నింగ్ మరి మంగళారతికి వస్తారు, తర్వాత మరి జపం చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. తాను మహారాజ్ గారు ఆచరించి మన అందరికీ కూడా ఆదర్శప్రాయంగా ఉంటారనమాట. ఏ విధంగా అయితే ప్రభుపాల్ వారు న్యూ బృందావనం ఏర్పాటు చేశారో అదేవిధంగా ముంబై దగ్గర గోవర్ధన పర్యావరణ గ్రామం ఏర్పరిచి బృందావన వాతావరణాన్ని అంతటిని కూడా అక్కడ కల్పించారు. ఎందుకంటే ఎవరైతే బృందావనం కనీసం అక్కడ ఈకో విలేజ్కి వెళ్ళినట్లయితే బృందావన వాతావరణం యొక్క ఫీలింగ్ అందరికి కూడా కలగడం కోసం చెప్పి ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. అక్కడ ఇంకా ఏం చేశారు, వైదిక సాహిత్య సదస్సులు అంటే లిటరరీ మీటింగ్స్, తర్వాత కృష్ణ కథ ప్రవచనాలు జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. భక్తిలో ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి నాయకులు, లీడర్స్ ఉంటారు, భక్తి వృక్ష లీడర్స్ వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా శిక్షణా కార్యక్రమాలు కూడా ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. తర్వాత ప్రభుపాల్ వారి ఉద్యమానికి ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళడానికి మళ్ళీ అనేకమైనటువంటి శిక్షణా కార్యక్రమాలు కూడా మహారాజు గారు ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. మరి బృందావన వాసులు అంటే రాధాకృష్ణులకు చాలా ఇష్టం. సో వారికి ఏ విధంగా సేవ చేయాలని చెప్పి మహారాజు గారు తలిచి వాళ్ళు చర్మచక్షువులతో చూడగలిగేటట్లు, అంటే వాళ్ళకి ముఖ్యంగా నేత్ర చికిత్స, అనేక మంది సైట్ ప్రాబ్లంతో సఫర్ అవుతూ ఉంటే వారికి ఉచిత నేత్ర చికిత్స హాస్పిటల్ నిర్మించి వాళ్ళకి అందరికీ కూడా సేవ చేసి రాధాకృష్ణులకు ప్రేమపూర్వకమైనటువంటి నివేదనగా దాన్ని అర్పించారు. ఆధ్యాత్మిక జీవితం, స్పిరిచువల్ లైఫ్ మన అందరం కావాలనుకుంటున్నాం. ఇక్కడ దాంట్లో ఆధ్యాత్మిక జీవన శైలిలో ఏమవుతుందంటే ఒక్కోసారి ఉదాసీనత ఏర్పడుతుంది. అంటే సరే, టేక్ ఇట్ ఫర్ గ్రాంటెడ్, ఉదాసీనత, కాంప్లసెన్సీ. దానిని అధిగమించడం కోసం అని చెప్పి సంవత్సరానికి ఒకసారి మనకి యాత్రకు తీసుకెళ్ళి అక్కడ మనల్ని రీఛార్జ్, మన యొక్క భక్తిని మళ్ళీ రీఛార్జ్ చేయడానికి మహారాజు గారు పటిష్టం చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. అంటే కేవలం అంటే ప్రచారం అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంటు. ప్రచారమే కాదు, సామాన్యమైనటువంటి వ్యక్తులు, నిమ్న స్థాయికి చెందిన వాళ్ళకి కూడా వాళ్ళకి సేవలు అందించాలి. వాళ్ళ యొక్క అజ్ఞానం ఉంటే దాన్ని తొలగించడానికి సరైన మార్గం చేసి వారికి కూడా మనం భక్తిని పంచిపెట్టాలనేటువంటి ఉద్దేశంతో అనేక కార్యక్రమాలు మహారాజు గారు ఏర్పాటు చేస్తున్నారు. అలాగే మహారాజు గారు ఇంకొక ఏర్పాటు కూడా చేశారు. ఒక భక్తుడు తనకంటే సుపీరియర్ భక్తులతో కలవాలి, తనతో సమానమైన వారితో కలవాలి, తనకంటే తక్కువ స్థాయిలో ఉండే వాళ్ళతో కూడా కలవాలి. ఎందుకోసం అంటే తనకంటే ఉన్నత స్థాయి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుండి మనం నేర్చుకుంటాం. భక్తిలో ఏదైనా నూతన పరిధి ఏమైనా ఉంటే మనం నూతన పందాలు నేర్చుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. సమానమైన భక్తులతో అయితే పంచుకోవడానికి, జ్ఞానాన్ని మనం ఏదైతే విషయాలు సేకరిస్తామో ఆ సేకరించిన విషయాలను పంచుకోవడానికి వస్తుంది. అదే మరి తక్కువ స్థాయిలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళ వ్యక్తులకి అంటే వాళ్ళకి మనం కృష్ణ కథలు చెప్పొచ్చు, కృష్ణునికి సంబంధించిన విషయాలను తెలియజేయడానికి కూడా గొప్ప ఏర్పాటు అనమాట. అది ఇవన్నీ కూడా చక్కటి వ్యవహారాలు నేర్పించవచ్చు వాళ్ళకి. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎంతో దూరదృష్టితో మహారాజు గారు ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. అలాగే మరి భాగవతంలో ఏం చెప్తున్నారంటే సర్వజీవుల ఎడల మిత్రత్వం కలిగి ఉండాలి, లవ్ ఆల్ ది లివింగ్ బీయింగ్స్. అది మనకు మన ఈకో విలేజ్లో కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. గోవులనే కాకుండా మిగిలిన వేరే జంతుజాలాన్ని కూడా ఆశ్రమించి అక్కడ మరి ఆశ్రయం కల్పించి వాటిని కూడా సంరక్షణ చేస్తూ ఉన్నారన్నమాట. మరి సాధు పురుషులు ఎప్పుడు కూడా శాంతంగా ఉంటారు అని చెప్పి మనం వింటూ ఉంటాం. మహారాజు గారిని చూస్తే మనకి వారి యొక్క శాంత స్వభావం, వారి యొక్క ప్రేమ కూడా ప్రేమ మూర్తిభవించినట్లుగా ఆయన కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఎవరి పట్ల వారికి భేదప్రాయాలు ఉండవు. అంటే అజాత శత్రువుగా ఉంటారు. అంటే చాలామంది రకరకాల ప్రశ్నలు ఎన్ని వేసినా కానీ వాడన్నిటికీ కూడా సహనంతో సమాధానం చెప్తూ అనేక సమస్యలు పరిష్కరించడానికి కూడా మహారాజు గారు తన యొక్క శిష్యులు, సీనియర్ శిష్యులందరినీ కూడా వారికి సరైన సూచనలు ఇచ్చి పరిష్కార మార్గం వైపు వెళ్ళేట్టు చూస్తూ ఉంటారు అన్నమాట. మరి మహారాజు గారు ఏ విధంగా హరే కృష్ణ మంత్రం పొందే మనకు తెలుసు. విష్ణు పాదాల నుండి జనించినటువంటి గంగామాత ఒడ్డున ఉండి ఆయన హరే కృష్ణ మంత్రాన్ని స్వీకరించారు. అది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం. ఇది అమ్మఒడి, మన అందరం కూడా చదువును. అమ్మఒడిలో ఈ విషయాన్ని కూడా ప్రస్తావించడం జరిగింది. సుదీర్ఘ ప్రయాణం చేసి మరి అమ్మఒడి అనేటువంటి బృందావనంలో చేరారు మహారాజు గారు. సో మీ సేవకులుగా మనం అందరం కూడా సేవకులుగా, అంటే భక్తులు అందరం కూడా సేవకులుగా ఆయన యొక్క ఉన్నతమైన ఆశయాలను గ్రహించి ప్రభుపాల వారి ఆశయాలకు, మహారాజు గారి ఆశయాలకు అనుగుణంగా నడుచుకుంటూ మనం రాధా మదన్మోహన్లకు, ఇక్కడ మనకు స్థానికంగా ఉన్నాం కనుక రాధా మదన్మోహన్లకు ప్రేమపూర్వకంగా సేవ చేయడానికి వారి నుండి స్ఫూర్తిని పొందాలని చెప్పి నేను ఆశిస్తున్నాను. ఇంతటి మహోన్నత కార్యక్రమం ఏర్పాటు చేయడంలో ఎందరో జీవితాల్లో ఆధ్యాత్మిక వెలుగును నింపినటువంటి మీకు రాధా మదన్మోహన్ పూర్తి ఆయురారోగ్యాలు ప్రసాదించి మరింతగా మరెంతో మందికి ఇంకా మరి స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చి ఆధ్యాత్మిక జీవితంలో వెలుగులు నింపాలని చెప్పి ఆశిస్తూ మీకు మీ పాదపద్మాల ప్రణామాలు అర్పిస్తున్నాను. హరే కృష్ణ.
Thank you, Prabhuji, for reading your offerings. Now we request His Grace Prem Kirtan Prabhu kindly come forward, read your offering. Meanwhile, we request His Grace Bhattagopal Prabhu be ready for your offering.
Hare Krishna. Please accept Param Pujya Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances unto you. Today, I am going to speak about philosophy. Not my philosophy, Guru Maharaj. When we talk about philosophy, based on the philosophy, we find many groups, many arguments, many differences, many sects, so many things based on philosophy only. And what Maharaj has to say about the philosophy. Today I am giving that offering. First of all is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Brahmande Brahmite kon bhagyavan jeev, Guru Krishna prasade paaye bhakti lata vij. Generally in Kali Yuga, people who are not serious, don't want to take any austerity, look for famous yoga guru in social media who have social reputation, where no surrender is required, not to follow any shastric injunctions. Such people land up with swindlers. These gurus say, do what you like, live your life king size, no rules, no austerity, just take this mantra and become God in 6 months. In the modern times, it is still more important to find a genuine spiritual master. In this age of high-tech technology and social media, the chances of getting cheated is all the more. Today, people are after scientific advancement, economic development, and not happy because it doesn't serve the goal of life. That is why Lord Chaitanya said, Brahmande Brahmite kon bhagyavan jan. Then who are the bhagyavan jeev? Guru Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion of Vyasa Puja, we all can say that we are bhagyavan jeev. Why? Because we came in connection with you. So even for ordinary education, you have to work very hard. So imagine for spiritual education, there is all the more for hard work. But here the hard work is mainly internal. And Guru Maharaj, your instructions are mainly focused on internal purification of heart. So today I am going to inaugurate that. But as I said earlier, that regarding philosophy, Maharaj said, philosophy is like a map which is necessary to give direction. but it can never take you there. Philosophy has never taken anyone to the goal of life. It can only show you the way. Now Maharaj says further. What is that way? Now see, there are so many philosophies running around, but now Maharaj is talking about what is the way of that, what the philosophy wants to say. These are his words. It is accepting the position of the most humble servant, menial servant, and surrendering to Krishna in that mode is the only process by which we can understand God, and that is what the philosophy ultimately teaches us. But wherever the false ego becomes prominent, we start thinking in terms of I and mine, then there is no service attitude. We want to be masters. We want to be enjoyers. We even see other Vaishnavas as competitors rather than worshipable lords. We should see every Vaishnava with veneration. They should be the object of our worship. It is so easy to say, no, but so difficult to practice. Guard against egoism, guard against laziness, and always cooperate. This I am adding, especially with devotees with whom you are not going well. You must cooperate. Is the basic essence of sadhana. If you follow this principle seriously and with sincerity, then the mercy of Guru and Krishna can be obtained, and they will make up for all our deficiencies. When a devotee is in a humble state of mind, that devotee can bear all sorts of injustices upon himself without complaining, without blaming others. We are not trying to conquer Maya. We are not trying to conquer Maya with our own intelligence, by our charitable activities, by our austerities. We are simply appealing to Lord to save us, and that is our hope. Surrender of Garjendra and Draupadi, to name few in Srimad Bhagavatam. This is what philosophy teaches us, and it is revealed to us only when we practice these principles with sincerity, seriousness, and without any ulterior motive. Materialist people make so many arrangements to prolong the life of the decaying body, but the devotee has only one attachment, that is service to the Lord and his devotees. Now, when we practice this philosophy as per the Maharaj instructions, what happens? Krishna's lotus feet, when they come upon our heads, to purify, they purify us by making all the poison of our hearts come out. Similarly, when we start chanting Krishna's holy name, start serving his devotees, that means we are approaching Krishna's lotus feet. And what happens after that? Then all our envy, all our lust, all our pride, all our greed and angry and illusion and all this and all that just start pouring out. And when it does, sometimes it is an ugly sin. But we have to just let it come out and continue chant Hare Krishna. And gradually, by Krishna's grace, we become purified. We should always be scrutinizingly examining and re-examining what is the quality of my sadhana, my bhajan, my seva, my relationship with the Vaishnavas, and what is the inner content of my heart. Am I doing it for pratishtha, recognition, or am I doing to please Krishna, to please his devotees? And while carefully practicing this way, it takes our whole life. It takes hundreds and millions of birth, this patience. It doesn't matter. If it is pleasing to Krishna, he will deliver me. I am his servant. Maharaj, even though most of us don't have, we're talking about Vapu and Vani association. Maharaj, even though most of us don't have your Vapu association, but have your Vani association, which is enlightening. And on this occasion, I want to say that if we carefully hear your lectures, we are having your Vapu association, and no one should doubt this. In fact, Maharaj said this on many occasions. When a senior devotee met Maharaj for personal instructions, even Sarasharu said on this, Maharaj said, all I want to say, I am saying it in my lectures, and they are my personal instructions. So we all are having Maharaj Vapu association in the form of his lectures. Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion, we all seek blessings from you for full protection, as well as we are all like crying babies. Like crying babies, what we'll do? We are very close to Maya and bound to do nonsense. But if we follow your instructions carefully, it will definitely help us to go back home, back to God. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prem Kirtan Prabhu, for your offering. We request His Grace Bhakti God Prabhu kindly come and read your offering. We request all the devotees to concise within 3 minutes only. Followed by, we request His Grace Leon Prabhu be ready for your offering.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena.
We request devotees kindly come forward. There are a lot of devotees staying behind. Please come forward. This area can be covered. Please come forward.
Swami iti namini. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya
Bhutale.
Bhutale. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namini. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarini. तो मुझे हिज ग्रेस प्रेम कीर्तन प्रभु ने बताया है कि मुझे मेरा ऑफरिंग हिंदी में पढ़ना है। तो श्री गुरु और गौरांगा की जय हो, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय हो, प्रिय गुरु महाराज। तो पिछले कई दिनों से मैं और मेरी पत्नी दोनों महाराज के ग्लोरिफिकेशन उनके शिष्यों के सुन रहे थे, जैसे श्रीमान राधेश्याम प्रभु जी और श्रीमान गौरांग प्रभु, श्रीमान राधा गोपीनाथ प्रभु और श्रीमान ब्रज बिहारी प्रभु। तो एक कोल्हापुर के अंदर एक बहुत सुंदर लेक्चर हुआ था महाराज के ग्लोरिफिकेशन के बारे में। तो वहाँ ब्रज बिहारी प्रभु ने ग्लोरिफिकेशन किया था कोल्हापुर के अंदर। तो राधा गोपीनाथ प्रभु बता रहे थे कि किस प्रकार से ये सारे ग्लोरिफिकेशन के अंदर महाराज को सबसे प्रिय ग्लोरिफिकेशन अगर किसी का लगा था तो ब्रज बिहारी प्रभु का। तो महाराज बता रहे थे, तो उसमें से 4 मुख्य पॉइंट बता रहे थे ब्रज बिहारी प्रभु कि महाराज के अंदर क्या 4 प्रमुख चीज़ है हम देख सकते हैं। तो प्रभु जी बता रहे थे, लिव विदाउट प्रिटेंडिंग, यानी हमको ऑनेस्टी रहना है, ऑनेस्टी दिखाना है, दिखावे किए बिना हमको जीना है, तो ईमानदारी के साथ। और दूसरा उन्होंने बताया शेयर विदाउट डिफेंडिंग, यानी ह्यूमिलिटी, तो बचाव के बिना हमें कतराना नहीं है, जैसे विनम्रता के साथ। महाराज का ये सबसे मुख्य क्वालिटी है। तीसरा उन्होंने बताया स्पीक विदाउट ऑफेंडिंग, यानी सेंसिटिविटी रहना है, जैसे बिना अपमान किए बोले, जिस प्रकार से हमें बहुत ही संवेदनशील रहना है। तो ये तीसरा पॉइंट बताए। और लव विदाउट एक्सपेक्टिंग एनीथिंग, यानी कंपैशन, तो बिना किसी अपवाद के हमें करुणा के द्वारा सभी के प्रति प्रेम दिखाना है। तो इस प्रकार से ये 4 गुणों के द्वारा वो बता रहे थे कि महाराज का पूरा चरित्र बना हुआ है। तो अगर महाराज को हम देखेंगे तो महाराज के जीवन के अंदर ये 4 गुण बहुत ही प्रमुख है, जिसके द्वारा हम समझ सकते हैं कि महाराज उनके गुरु भाइयों के साथ और उनके शिष्यों के साथ और उनके अनेक जितने भी उनके जीवन के अंदर कोई भी व्यक्ति आता है तो महाराज किस प्रकार के साथ उनके साथ व्यवहार करते हैं, तो ये हम देख सकते हैं। तो ये मुझे बहुत सुंदर लगा, तो मैंने ये मेरे ऑफरिंग के अंदर उसको ऐड, अभी जस्ट थोड़ी समय पहले मैंने उसको ऐड किया। तो वो ये अभी मैं मेरा थोड़ा सा जो ग्लोरिफिकेशन है गुरु महाराज के लिए ऑफरिंग है उसको बता रहा हूँ। तो गुरु महाराज इस अत्यंत शुभ अवसर के ऊपर, आपका व्यास पूजा के सुंदर अवसर पर हम अपने शीश को बड़ी श्रद्धा के साथ झुका रहे हैं। भगवान श्री कृष्ण की कृपा से अभिभूत है आप, जिन्होंने हमें आपके कमल चरणों का शरण लेने का अवसर प्रदान किया। इस कलयुग के युग में जहाँ मोह, अहंकार और द्वेष हमारे हृदय को अंधकारित करते रहता है, हम कितने भाग्यशाली हैं गुरुदेव कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने आपको हमारे जीवन में भेजा। अपने अत्यंत आपको हमारे जीवन में भेजा, आपकी अत्यंत कृपा के द्वारा आपको हमें इस अंधकार से उभारने के लिए इस संसार के अंदर भेजा गया है। जैसे सूर्य देव जब रात के अंधकार को समाप्त कर देता है और पुनः दूसरे दिन वो सूर्य उदय होता है, इसी प्रकार से आप हमारे अंधकारमय जीवन के अंदर प्रवेश कर कर हमारे सारे अंधकारों को दूर कर रहे हो। तो श्रील प्रभुपाद कहते हैं कि आध्यात्मिक गुरु जहाज के कैप्टन के समान होता है और वे हमें अज्ञानता के समुद्र के पार कराने में सहायता करता है। जिनके निर्देशों का पालन कर कर और उनके मार्गदर्शनों का शरण लेते हुए हम भौतिक अस्तित्व के हिलोरों से सुरक्षित रह सकते हैं। तो हमारी रक्षा मुख्य रूप से आपके निर्देशों के रूप में की जाती है, जो दिव्य अमृत के समान है। इस पतित युग में हम सभी जो अनेकों बीमारी से ग्रस्त है, उसके लिए सबसे प्रभावशाली औषधि अगर कोई है तो वो आपकी वाणी और आपके निर्देश हैं। जिस प्रकार से हम अज्ञानता, स्वार्थी इच्छाएं और कलयुग के अनगिनत व्याकुलताओं से हमारे आत्मा पर भार देते हैं, लेकिन आपके उपदेशों से हम अपार शक्ति प्राप्त होती है। आपने हमें सिखाया है कि हमारे दुखों को वास्तविक समाधान भगवान के पवित्र नामों का शरण लेना है, और आपने स्वयं उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। आपने श्री कृष्ण के प्रति जो निष्ठा और भक्ति से हमारे मार्गों को प्रभावित किया है। गुरु महाराज, आपकी करुणा और ध्येय की कोई सीमा नहीं है। हमारे अनगिनत दोषों के बावजूद आप हमें मार्गदर्शन देते रहते हैं, हमें बार बार गिरने से बचाते रहते हैं और हम इस पवित्र मार्ग पर चलने के लिए प्रेरित करते रहते हैं। हमें हमेशा आपके कृतज्ञ रहना है, क्योंकि आपने हमें कृपा दी है, जबकि हम इसके पूरी तरह से योग्य भी नहीं हैं। आपने हमें सिखाया है कि हमारी केवल एक ही वास्तविक योग्यता है, वो है हमारी ईमानदारी भगवान की सेवा के प्रति और इच्छा और कृष्णा के मिशन के प्रति हमारी निष्ठा होनी चाहिए। तो आध्यात्मिक गुरुओं से जो भी उदाहरण के रूपक में हम सुनते हैं, उसमें से एक हमें गहरा रूप से संबोधित करता है, और वह है आपका मूर्तिकार के रूप में तुलना करना। हम आपको एक अत्यंत दयालु, कुशल, सूक्ष्म, निराधर, सर्व उत्कृष्ट, धैर्यवान, समझदार और दृष्टि संपन्न मूर्तिकार के रूप में देखते हैं। दूसरी ओर हम कठोर, मूल्यहीन, घृणित, महत्वहीन, अप्रिय और निष्कलंक पत्थर है। फिर भी आपने ऐसे पत्थरों के संभावनाओं को देखा और हमें सावधानी पूर्वक हमारी बाहरी परतों को छीलते हुए शुद्ध करते आ रहे हैं। क्या कहा जा सकता है ऐसे दिव्य मूर्तिकार के बारे में, उनकी महिमा के बारे में, जो हमारे जैसों के सारे आत्माओं से, भौतिक संस्कारों से हटा सकते हैं। इस परिवर्तनकारी शक्ति आप हमारे जीवन में अपने मार्गदर्शन के रूप में प्रदान करते आ रहे हैं। यही हमारा एकमात्र रक्षा है, और समय के साथ हम केवल ये आशा करते हैं कि इनको परिष्कृत के हो, ताकि इस आपकी प्रेम और संगति को अनंत काल तक प्राप्त कर सकें। इस दिन हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हम आपके चरणों में विनम्र सेवक के सेवकों के सेवक बने रहे और केवल उसी मिशन में सहायक बने जिसे आपने इतनी कृपा से अपने कंधों पर लिया है। हम कभी ना भूल सकते हैं कि आप अपनी आध्यात्मिक गुरुओं के रूप में आपका पाकर हम कितने दिव्य सौभाग्य को प्राप्त करे हैं। हम प्रतिदिन आपके निर्देशों का पालन करने का प्रयास करते हैं, विश्वास और उत्साह के साथ, ताकि हम एक दिन आपको प्रसन्न कर सकें। और जब हम आपको प्रसन्न करेंगे तो श्री कृष्ण को भी हम प्रसन्न कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद गुरु महाराज, आपकी निरंतर करुणा, आपकी ज्ञान और आपकी प्रेम के लिए। हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हम योग्य शिष्य बने और भगवान श्री कृष्ण हमें यह शक्ति प्रदान करे कि हम हमेशा आपके चरणों में रहकर आपके दिव्य मिशन की सेवा निरंतर करते रहे। आपका सदैव कृतज्ञ सेवक, दासों का दास बट्टू गोपाल दास एंड मोदिनी गोपी देवी दासी। हरे कृष्ण। His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki Jai.
Thank you, Bhattu Prabhu, for reading your offering. We request His Grace Lilan Prabhu to kindly come forward with your offering. We request His Grace Murli Gopinath Prabhu be ready for your offering.
Hare Krishna. My Dandavat Pranam to everyone. My strongest, one of the desires always was, I want to sit on the same rock where Maharaj sat in Himalayas. So please don't remove the rock after this event. Because I want to try that. It's right here made. It's such a nice, beautiful arrangement. I'm very grateful to all devotees who made this Vyasa Puja day so special. Speaking about Maharaj, I don't have any much personal association with Maharaj, but luckily, by the grace of Radhesham Prabhu, sent to this training in GEV, and I happened to ask a question to Maharaj, right in the front. So I asked a question that, Maharaj, when we take up this leadership roles, sometimes, we make small mistakes or big mistakes. It can happen. And I'm sure I'll be making many, many mistakes. The problem is, when we make these mistakes, the world sees those mistakes so much that then there is so much bad name that comes to us or any leader, that then he starts thinking, why did I even take up this role? I should have just... So my question was, Maharaj, is it a good idea to just, focus on your own little sadhana or whatever you're doing, and rather than taking up such kind of roles and facing that kind of difficulty? Because I told Maharaj, many times when I go and tell my wife that I'm facing these problems, my wife immediately tells, how many times I told you, sit and chant properly. So I told like that to Maharaj. And Maharaj, looked at me and he said, he was telling an answer, but I want to tell something in between. So he was telling an answer. In between he told, I don't think I have wisdom to tell this answer. Then everybody in the room were looking at each other. What does Maharaj mean? I don't think I have wisdom to tell this answer. Then he looked at Murlidhar Prabhu. He was sitting in the front. He is a dentist. So Maharaj told, he is Murlidhar Prabhu. He is transcendental dentist. Something like that. And recently he removed my 2 wisdom tooth. So I don't have wisdom to tell you. So just Maharaj knows how to lighten up everything. And then at the end he told one beautiful thing. He said, when you face any difficulties as in any position, whether as a leader or as a servant, don't give it up, continue with integrity. That's what Maharaj told. Just continue with integrity and remaining Krishna will take care. Then another instance I remember, one devotee, his name is Jai Gopal Prabhu from South Africa, elderly person, he's an African American, short and very vocal and very expressive in his way of speaking. So he was speaking in front of Maharaj. Everybody were telling something to Maharaj and just looked at Maharaj. His turn came. He looked at Maharaj and said, Radhanath Swami, I'm not trying to imitate him, but something like this he was telling, He's like, Radhanath Swami Maharaj, you travel with me in car every day. Like that he told. And Maharaj was sitting there and like, you spend 4 or 5 hours with me every day. Basically he meant that he hears Maharaj lectures every day when he travels in the car. And then he looked at Maharaj and said, I am in love with you, Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Like that he told. Then Maharaj is looking at him. Then he said, I love you. Like that he told. Then we all were looking at Maharaj and looking at him. Then Maharaj was completely silent. He was just looking at him and said, again, Maharaj, I love you. And we were like, my God, this is getting really intense, And he told it 3-4 times. And then Maharaj finished this whole thing, and then while leaving the stage, he goes to this devotee. He goes to him and says, I love you too. And then that Prabhuji was so happy, he started jumping, oh, this is my best day of my life. Like that. But one other thing that I witnessed in GEV while being there, Govardhan Eco Village, is how personal Maharaj is with everybody. Like Pranavananda Prabhu is a very dear servant. He's serving him so nicely. It was birthday of Pranavananda Prabhu during that time. And Pranavananda Prabhu told, Maharaj made a gift for him by taking a box, everything done personally. It's not like somebody is bringing in Maharaj. He took a box, he took one flower, he took one leaf, he took one Krishna photo, he kept some prasad, he kept something else, and made the whole box and came and gave, "Happy birthday, Parara Prabhu, you take this box." And he was shocked. And he was telling, "Oh my God, how does Maharaj remember and give so much time?" And Maharaj does this to many, wherever he finds an opportunity. And then he was telling, "My biggest problem is where should I save these flowers and leaves of Maharaj, because there's so many now, in my box." So personal is Maharaj with his dealings. And, I'd like to end with one instance that I personally saw with Premlila Mataji. She's not here. But in GV, we were near. In the mornings, Maharaj comes for this walk. You can see Maharaj all over GV is walking, and you want to go and take his blessings. He also gives. That's the best time to take darshan of Maharaj. And so we were just standing. There was nobody there, and Maharaj is just walking beside the Goshala, beside the temple, and suddenly there is this Premlila Mataji who is standing there, and very far. We don't know what's happening there. Maharaj went and spoke to her, and suddenly Maharaj gets up and jumps onto this, literally like almost jumping onto the stage, which is like this high, 2.5 feet high, and there is a tree on there. He plucks a flower. Standing on that height, he offers that flower to, Radha Vrindavan Vihari, jumps down and gives it to Mataji. And we are all standing so far. We don't know what's going on there, And then one devotee said it was Maharaj, Mataji's birthday. So Maharaj immediately reciprocated. So it was so amazing to see these kind of reciprocations. And I would like to end with one instance that, while our journey back, we went to Chowpatty, and just to talk about devotee care. We all hear about devotee care, Maharaj preaching devotee care, showing devotee care. So one of the biggest desire was to see Guru Maharaj in Chowpatty giving a Bhagavatam class, which never happened. And first time I was there in that situation. So I sneaked in. It was completely packed, maybe double packed than what we are right now here. And there was no chance of getting in. Luckily I went in and they closed the door saying, "Done." And then I went and sat, and there was no place to sit. In front of Prabhupada altar, the crowd becomes two. This side Mataji's and this side Prabhuji's. So there was one place behind Mataji's towards Prabhupada altar which was available, little space. So I sat in that. And I need back support. I have some back problems. So I sat in that, and I was like, "Oh, Krishna, I got my place with the back support also." And then when Prabhuji came and said, "Prabhuji, you're sitting behind Mataji. You should go this side, left side." And I said, left side, there was no space. But there was a little space in which there is no back support. So I told Prabhuji, "Okay, Prabhuji, I'll try." And slowly I was moving. And he asked me, "Prabhu, why are you moving like this?" He doesn't know me. I said, "Prabhuji, I'm moving. I have a little back problem." Immediately, "Oh, you should have told your back problem. Why didn't you tell your back problem? Wait. And then he looked back behind Prabhupada's altar, and there was one other devotee. He just looked at him. He got up. "So, Prabhu, there is a chair for you. You can go and sit. That you should tell us when you have back problem." I was amazed, the kind of detail in which everybody in the temple is taking care of each other and making sure that we will never forget their experience of visiting Radha Gopinath Mandir. I'm very grateful, and I'm really hoping that Maharaj comes here after Radhakrishna Prabhu's invitation, and Maharaj comes here and gives us. And yes, at the end, when me and Murli Gopinath Prabhu, everybody were standing in front of Maharaj in GBC class. So I told Maharaj that, "Maharaj, we are very grateful that you have sent Radhesham Prabhu to Hyderabad." So Maharaj just looked at all of us and said, "I did not send, Krishna sent," like that. So thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Lilan Prabhu, for wonderfully way of expressing your gratitude to Guru Maharaj and making us to release. Now we request His Murli Gopinath Prabhu to read his offering.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. Maharaj, once when there was a turmoil here in Hyderabad, at that time Radhesham Prabhu has come here, and we were hearing from senior devotees that you have told Radhesham Prabhu that, "Please make my disciples happy." So that instruction once we heard from Prabhuji. So Maharaj, we are all very happy. And recently Maharaj, just a report of what we are doing here under the guidance of His Grace Radhesham Prabhu, because we know very well that instead of trying to please you directly, if we try to please your representative, you will be more and more happy. So His Grace Radhesham Prabhu said we should have an outreach programs. We should also try new ways to preach and bring in new people to temple. So Maharaj, some of the programs that we are starting, apart from temple congregation devotees, regularly we are having BVRV classes, Bhakti Vrikshas going on regularly, under the guidance of core committee members. They are so able guidance they are giving, and BVRV classes, Bhakti Vrikshas. Apart from this, we have also started 2 new programs called as Bhakti Kutir programs. The name was given again by Radhesham Prabhu. And then we have started Sunday evening classes, which is also going very well as of now. And we are getting a great help from Sara Shiromani Prabhu regarding that. So these 2 programs are going very well, Maharaj. And regarding Bhakti Kutir programs, Radhesham Prabhu says we should have at least minimum 108, right, Prabhuji? So around the city, Maharaj, we could achieve only hardly not even 10% as of now. There are 10 Bhakti Kutirs now, and there are wonderful devotees who are taking care of these Bhakti Kutir programs. They are in different levels, in preaching, hosting, managing things in so many levels. And very soon we are planning to start 2 to 3 more Bhakti Kutir programs. And Maharaj, one thing apart from this, what I would like to bring upon my own consciousness is that recently I was reading a Parshuram section from 9th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. So here I could see the personalities like Kartavirya Arjuna, who was doing tapasya and praying to Dattatreya, who is Narayana's plenary expansion. And then he got so many powers and he got 1,000 hands. And it is explained in Bhagavatam that how air freely flows throughout the universe. In the same way, he was just freely roaming everywhere. Whatever he wants, he was able to do. Whatever he wishes, he was getting. But one instance where he saw Kamadhenu cow with a simple Brahmana. His name is Jamadagni. Jamadagni had this, and Jamadagni, he didn't do any offense also to Kartavirya Arjuna. He was serving Raja when he came to his hermitage. He was serving with all the requirements, and Kamadhenu was giving one by one. And then, even though Kartavirya Arjuna had such great power, it is explained in between in one section about the power of Kartavirya Arjuna, because all of us, we know that Ravana is a great person, right? Means in Shakti. He could defeat many devatas also, like, even Indra used to tremble by seeing him. But there was an instance when Kartavirya Arjuna was playfully stopping Narmada river like this with his 1,000 hands. The backwater it went, and the kingdom name is Mahishmati of Kartavirya Arjuna. And at that river bank, this Ravana was having a camping with his people. And due to this filling water, the whole camp of Ravana got submerged. And Ravana became so very outraged, thinking that who can be greater than me? Then he attacked Kartavirya Arjuna when he was playing with his woman there in the Apsaras. Then Kartavirya Arjuna, with one of his hand, he caught hold of Ravana like this. It is mentioned in the Bhagavatam that just like how we catch monkey like this and then, punish it. He caught hold of Ravana with one hand, he punished him and he put him in jail. That powerful was Kartavirya Arjuna. So how much power he has, how much details he has, but still he was very envious when he saw someone is outdoing him, or someone is having something better than him. He thought all these things that I am having, it is useless because this person is better than me. So that was the consciousness. Means he was not able to cooperate. It is mentioned that we should respect Brahmana culture. He was not able to respect that Brahmana culture, and he was not cooperating within the society. We need a proper cooperation between all the departments also, in the temple scenario also. On the other hand, we heard many times from your lecture, Maharaj, that you explain about Prachetas, how nicely they cooperated, and then Lord Vishnu, when he came, he said, I'm so pleased because not by seeing your tapasya or any other things. He said that just because how you cooperated. So Maharaj, this cooperation, this word cooperation is so important that I beg you that, amongst all the wonderful devotees, I cooperate nicely and then, please you in that aspect. And we're also receiving a nice inspiration and nurture, by the classes of Radhesham Prabhu in the form of, for leaders, late classes, and for congregation classes, and many other classes, Maharaj. Also, my brother Ram Sundar Prabhu, he's started with the blessings recently in Mahabub Nagar. We need your blessings for that. And thank you, Maharaj. I don't want to elongate my offering. Thank you so much. Madan Kumar Prabhu is waiting here. So, Maharaj, yeah. Thank you so much. We are very grateful to you, Maharaj. Thank you. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. So, next offering will be by His Grace Madan Kumar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Pada Krishna Prashthavatala Srimati Radhanath Swami Namini. My dear Guru Maharaj, on this auspicious day of your appearance, we make a feeble attempt to please you with our small endeavor. And we heard from you, in this age of Kali, what Srila Prabhupada said, a pit is very small to please him by cooperating with each other, but you mentioned that for that one must have very stringent sadhana and one must not be duplicitous. And we pray on this auspicious day, dear Guru Maharaj, kindly bless us that we will be continuing our sadhana and endeavoring to make it more stringent by respecting Vaishnavas. And your one of our wonderful teaching, I almost try to put in my practice, is respecting others' opinion. And we beg on this auspicious day, kindly give us the blessings that all of our congregation devotees, that will together practice these wonderful principles of you which you have given us through your instruction from the various lectures. Hare Krishna. Now we request Murli Prabhu kindly read a small offering prayer, poem written by Her Grace Sakhi Radhika Mataji. Meanwhile, we request that media team to be ready for Maharaj's lecture to be played.
So there was a poem written by Sakhi Radhika Mataji from Girl's Voice. Mataji wanted this to read. It came out very well, Mataji was saying. So I don't know in what tune I should read it. Please try to understand however I read. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet, making an humble attempt of your glorification, so soothing and sweet. Maharaj, you are like a blossoming flower, every day to do a nectarian shower. Your innumerable qualities are like bees hovering around, singing the song of your glories, so jubilant and profound. Let us hear them sing one by one, no matter how late it is and even if time runs. Here come first the bee of humility in care. Seeing your friend's father, you disagreed to sit on the chair. Then comes me, the bee of determination to know the absolute truth. Cross-passing all obstacles from Chicago to Bharat, the journey was not at all smooth. Now comes the bee that sings the song of tolerance. You gave shelter to a mongoose in your hair, the whole night so dense. I am the bee of faith in Krishna, as deep as it is. Carrying your dear Lord's picture all the way, without having knowledge of who he is. Then comes the bee of perseverance to enter the border. The security won't allow, but sincerity and a word of promise rose altogether, allowing you to enter the realm of spirituality. So joyful it was to enter the world of reality. Now comes the bee of penance so severe, residing in caves with scorpions and snakes so near. Not to forget the bee of devotion on its path, loved the way Maharaj, you pleased the Lord Shiva at Pashupatinath. Singing beside is the bee of affection towards river Ganga that flows in fame. As a loving mother, she blessed you with the sound of holy name. Don't forget me, the bee of eagerness to hear. Pujaris at Ram Mandir just recited Damodar Lila every day out of fear. Wait, the bee of fortune I sneak. Train halting at Madura, oh, what a moment to speak. I, the bee of sacrifice, is not yet done, offering Mother Yamuna, your favorite Mount Argan. Spending your best moments in Vrindavan, becoming so dear to Ghanshyam Baba and Madan Mohan. Here rose the bee of disciple, when you met Prabhupada, your eternal master. Maharaj, you left Vrindavan and took up to his instructions so faster. What can be spoken of me, the bee of service attitude in full, running across two hilltops, convincing a horse and a bull. Rushing comes the bee of friendship, singing about your love for God, sisters and brothers. Heartfelt gratitude to His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, Swami Maharaj, we got to know about you for more further. Later comes the bee of commitment to evolve Radha Gopinath temple with all flourishing disciples who are so dedicated and simple. Beauty lies in hearing about your profound knowledge in scriptures, diving deep into our hearts, so vibrant to capture. Never ever can be forgotten the bee of compassion in brief, consoling a mother cow in grief, giving her so much relief. Finally, the bee of fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's dream comes on stage, and now we all can witness Vrindavan in Govardhan Eco Village. We all bees, and still many keep singing your glories blissfully. Everyone can join us to glorify you eternally. Lastly comes a small bee hovering at your lotus feet with no quality to lend. Myself, Gurudev, who just wants to be an insignificant instrument in your hands. The only words I know to repeat and ring, Nachao Prabhu, Nachao se mate, I always sing. Forever yours, my fortune I oversee, your humble daughter, Sakhi Radhika Devidas.
We thank to Sakhi Radhika Mataji for writing this wonderful poem. It was really reminding us most part of journey home and everything else. Now we have Maharaj's lecture will be played on this. Let us be attentive to hear Maharaj's lecture. Hare Krishna. Post that will have Puspanjali and Maharati.
Eternally indebted and most grateful to all of you for so kindly allowing this fallen soul to be engaged in serving you by assisting you in your service to Srila Prabhupada's great mission, which is the mission of Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Whatever kind words may have been spoken, they are all meant in truth as an offering to the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose mercy is all we are made of. And to whatever extent I have the fortune of bringing His teachings and His grace into your lives, to that degree, I am your worthy servant. The Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya is that unbroken chain in which the highest and purest truths of the spiritual world have descended into this world of birth and death. And by accepting the teachings of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we all have the greatest treasure of the fulfillment of our human existence. This human form of life is meant for service to Godhead. It is never meant for service to our ego, our mind, or our senses, or that of others, even near and dear to us. Krishna consciousness is the cure for the great and only real disease, the disease of ignorance, which is the cause of all suffering. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us such a simple and sublime process by which we can truly perfect our existence and achieve that destination beyond material existence, the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. And that is by association in a mood of a humble servant with the Lord's devotees, assisting the great acharyas in their mission of uplifting the fallen, hearing the glories of the Lord and chanting His holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Days like today are traditional observations in which an exchange of gratitude and love are meant to take place. But the real offering is our lives, 24 hours a day, every day. When I see all of you working together cooperatively in a spirit of humility and devotion, making sacrifices to protect and expand Srila Prabhupada's mission, when I see you strictly following your sadhana each day, and when I see you all coming together to dance and to chant, I know Srila Prabhupada is pleased. I know all of the previous acharyas are pleased. And that is my greatest pleasure in this world. On this day, I only pray that I can eternally aspire to be the dust at the lotus feet of all of the sincere servants of Sri Rup and Raghunath, and that on this year of Srila Prabhupada's centennial, together with great determination, with great enthusiasm, making great sacrifices, we can cooperatively make such a beautiful offering to Srila Prabhupada by making his teachings and his mercy known to the whole world. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki, Shri Nitai Gaura Chandra ki, Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki.
Radhanath Maharaj ki.
eternally indebted and most grateful to all of you for so kindly allowing this fallen soul to be engaged in serving you by assisting you in your service to Srila Prabhupada's great mission, which is the mission of Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Whatever kind words may have been spoken, they are all meant in truth as an offering to the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta.
Hare Krishna, there was a little more about this lecture toward the end. Somehow with the technical difficulty, we are not able to play that. But you can read this translation. That's Maharaj speaks about Jaladuta. Somebody can speak. Maharaj says, this very symbolic cake that has been made, that has made it to appears in the that this cake represents the Atlantic Ocean, and on the top of it is the Jaladuta. Jaladuta is the cargo ship which brought Srila Prabhupada from India to the West. And thus, all of us sitting on this raised platform have been so mercifully delivered by the divine association Jaladuta represents. Jaladuta represents the complete sacrifice that Srila Prabhupada made for all of us and all living beings. The Jaladuta symbolizes in our lives complete fearlessness. Srila Prabhupada did not know whether he would live or die. He did not know whether he would be going or he would be meet. The Jaladuta represents to us Srila Prabhupada's absolute faith in the order of his spiritual master and in the holy name of Krishna. That simply by chanting Krishna's name, anyone and everyone, regardless of their birth or qualification, could cross over the ocean of material existence and achieve Krishna's lotus feet. Jaladuta also represents towards Srila Prabhupada's fervent, determined and burning desire to show compassion to us, to all living beings, and the risk of his life to extend that compassion to even those who have no inclination to receive it. Suffering heart attacks, seasickness, but he never considered going back. He only considered his service to the spiritual master. It is very appropriate. The Jaladuta represents the highest principle of surrender to the spiritual master, because Srila Prabhupada embodied the principle and manifested it so magnificently by his journey across the world at all risks to serve the order of his Guru. So we are all aspiring to board this Jaladuta and imbibe the spirit in which Srila Prabhupada exemplified. None of us should ever in a dream consider that we can imitate what Srila Prabhupada has done. But if we make our life and soul to be the servant of the servants, then he will certainly cast his merciful glance upon us and empower us, fulfill that heart's desire. Radhanath Swami Maharaj glorifies his God brothers and God sisters after this. we'll stop over here. Now we'll have Puspanjali. Followed by Puspanjali, we'll have Aarti. So we'll all stand up and flowers will come to all of you. And we have one request. Please don't throw flowers on the stage. Hold it on your hand. A devotee will be bringing a basket to you, flower basket. There you place the flower, and at the end we'll offer it to Maharaj's lotus feet. Flowers. They are there.
Offered flowers can be offered flowers ఇందులో పెట్టడానికి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాలా
Hare Krishna, flowers will come to you. Please be patient. Flowers will come to you, and also basket will come to you to offer your Puspanjali to them. Now please repeat after me this Puspanjali. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaiham Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sabadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Pada Sagan Lalita Sri Visakhanitamscha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Iti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Sri Vasavanavi Devi Daitaya Kripadvaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prahave Namah Madhurya Premadha Sri Rupanuga Bhaktida Sri Gaura Karuna Sakti Vigrahaya Namastute नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्ते दिनतारिणे रूपानुग विरुद्धा अपसिद्धांत ध्वांत हारिणे नमो गौर किशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्य मूर्तये विप्रलंबार सांबोधये पादाम्बुजायते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगावरायते गौरार्विभावोमेस्तं निर्दिष्टा सज्जन प्रिया वैष्णव सार्वभौमा श्री जगन्नाथायते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्विषे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतार भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्त शक्तिदम् हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगतपते गोपीश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते जयतां श्रुतो पंगोर मामंदारमतिर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्बोजो राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्य बृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमाधा श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद् राधा शील गोविंद देवो पृष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमान रासरसारंभी वंशी बट तटस्थितः कर्षण वेणु सुनिर गोपीर गोपीनाथ श्रीस्तुना तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे एष पुष्पांजलि ऐसे पुष्पांजलि। His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja की। नमो विष्णु पादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि। His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj की जय। नमो विष्णु पादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी इति नामिने एष पुष्पांजलि। His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj की जय। Srila Prabhupada की जय। We request Mataji to please go behind. We'll have Aarti at that side. Please leave the space.
हरे कृष्णा। मृदंग मृदंग करता मृदंग करता संसार दावा नरली ढलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घना घनात्मं संसार नरली ढलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घना घनात्मं प्राकस कल्याण गुणार्णवास्य वंदे गुरो श्री चरणारविंदम् गुणार्णवास्य महाप्रभो कीर्तन नृत्य गीता पादित्रमाद्यं मनसो रसेना पादित्रमाद्यं मनसो रसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाश्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् सुतरङ्गभाजो श्रीविग्रहारा धनविक्रहारा शृङ्गारतं मन्दिरमार्जनागो श्रीविग्रहारा धनविक्रहारा शृङ्गारतं युक्तस्य भक्ताश्च नियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्वेदा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद स्वाद्वन्न कृतान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् भगवत्प्रसाद तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपाद माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाङ्गा श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपाद प्रतिक्षणस्य धनललितस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जयोगं प्रतिकेलिसिद्धै यायाले धैर्युक्ते अपेक्षणीया अत्रातुराख्यादपि वल्लभास्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्री साक्षाधरे तेरा समस्त शास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सद्भिः समस्त शास्त्रे किन्तु प्रभोर्या प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् दस्य प्रसाद भगवत्प्रसादो दस्या प्रसादान्न गति कुतोऽपि भगवत्प्रसादो ध्यायन्तु वंशस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने प्रभुपाद नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे सरस्वती देवे कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Hare, everybody together. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda Gopinath Madharama. Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda Gopinath. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda Gopinath Madharama. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Jagannath Swami Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Jaya Jagannath Swami Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govinda Ram Srimad Sudara Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohana Nitya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Tere Pasana Tana Bhatta Raghunatha Vidura Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha Vishta Gosai Kore Charana Vanda Jaha Hote Vignanash Adishta Pura Vishta Gosai Kore Charana Kantabara Padareno Mora Pantagras Andora Sarara Sevi Bhakta Sanevas Janam Sanam Hoy Vehi Avila Janam Janam Vikta Gosai Jadev Raja Kailavas Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kurila Prakash Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kurila Prakash Ananda Bolo Hari Bada Vrindavan Ananda Bolo Hari Sri Guru Vaishnava Pada Madhayama Sri Guru Vaishnava Pad Padma Koriya Nama Sankirtana Kore Narottamada Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Nitya Gauranga Daya Nitya Gauranga 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 Govinda Jaya Gopala Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Govinda Jaya Gopala Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jai Gaura Premanande. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotarashata Shri Srimad Divine Grace Abhaya Charanaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Iskcon founder Acharya BBT founder His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotar Shata Shri Srimad Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada ki Nitya Leela Pravishtavam Vairagya Murti Gaura Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj ki Nitya Leela Pravishtavam Sachidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki Nitya Leela Pravishtavam Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Namacharya Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की द्वारकापुरी धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की गंगामयी यमुनामयी की भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की समावेत गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री रूप सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्टदास रघुनाथ षड गोस्वामी प्रभुगण की वर्तमानाचार्य वृंद की His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj व्यास पूजा महामहोत्सव की श्रील प्रभुपाद ट्रांसेंडेंटल बुक वितरण प्रोग्राम की श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहन की श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की श्री श्री गौर निताय की all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga.
Hare Krishna, I will request His Grace Murali Gopala Prabhu kindly come forward and give the vote of thanks. Meanwhile, please be wait, we will do cake cutting also.
Hare Krishna. We are very grateful to Srila Prabhupada. Everyone please sit down. Everyone please sit down. Wherever you are, please sit down. After this we have a cake cutting. We are very grateful to Srila Prabhupada, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj and whole Guru Parampara for all their blessings. And we are also grateful to HTMC members, GMs of this temple, senior leaders in our congregation, the core committee, and all the satellite center leaders who have come here along with their groups. We thank from the core of our heart because of all the cooperation, and we can see how the program went on very successfully. We thank all these leaders from the core of our heart, all because of this dedication. And today morning we can see how this stage decoration has done till midnight. They were, doing all these mountains till 3 a.m. You can see the mountains on the back. Ravindrachari Prabhu, Sakhi Radhika Mataji, Dheeraj Prabhu, Namrata Mataji and their whole team, they were till early morning doing this. And again they came here, Pundalik Prabhu, all of them. And then one thing it is said, certain things are not seen, but we can experience them. Now we are all going to experience the prasadam. So the devotees behind that is His Grace Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Prabhu, Venkatesh, Rahul Chowda Prabhu and many others. They are working so hard from morning. They are in the kitchen only, Narsimulu Prabhu also. So when I went in between just to see, because we thought that we will shift prasadam at 10:30, but still they were struggling so hard because devotees did not come. Who were promised, they did not come. But these are the devotees along with many other devotees. I may not know the names of few of them, but we are very thankful to all of them. Some of them have already come here, I think, after finishing that. So like this, there are many other departments, like everything, planning, our Vyasa Puja committee, including all the leaders of satellite centers and Bhakti leaders and many others. They have contributed so much and the cooperation was so good that we are able to do that today. So we express our gratitude for all these devotees and many other departments which we may not be able to say now. We express our gratitude to all of them by loudly 3 times saying Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Now we request His Grace Narsimhastu Prabhu, Laran. Narsimhastu Prabhu is around here. Okay, he's not there. Prem Kirtan Prabhu is around here. Bhattu Gopal Prabhu. His Lilan Prabhu is here. Lilan Prabhu. Okay. Gajendranath Prabhu, you are here. Gajendranath Prabhu. Bal Govind Prabhu. Okay. Sudama Gopal Prabhu is around over here. Sudama Gopal Prabhu. We request Murali Gopinath Prabhu and Bhattu Gopal Prabhu kind come forward and cut the cake for Maharaj.
And Madan Kumar Prabhu also.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radhanath Maharaj ki, Radhanath Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki.
Hare Krishna. Now we are going for prasadam. Prasadam being served in the courtyard. We request all the devotees to kindly go below the building now. There is prasadam queue. Please be in queue and take sumptuous prasadam. Hare Krishna. Mahaprasade Govinde. नाम ब्राह्मणे वैष्णवे स्वल्प पुण्यपतम राजन विश्वासन इव जायते शरीरा विद्याजा जड़ेन्द्रियोता है का जीवे फैले विशेषागरे तार मध्य जिहाते लोमाया सुदुर्मते ताके चिता कठिन संसारे কৃষ্ণ বরদয়ামা করিবারে জিহাজ स्वप्रसादर न दिलो शेर नामृत पाओ श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गुण गाओ प्रेम डाक श्री चैतन्य निताय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे श्री श्री भगवत प्रसादम की शिल प्रभुपाद की जय, शिल गुरुदेव की जय, व्यास पूजा महामहोत्सव उन्नति की जय, गौर गोविंद।